And press the button. And normally this time I haven't been such a total doofus as to not turn on the microphone. Victory. Right, welcome back everybody. We are, as per usual, trying to make headway in Final Fantasy XIV, the early game. And friend Mars will be along as soon as he's done with his mining expedition. Probably. Double check. Yes. Probably. Right, so the usual question imposes itself upon us. What the fuck am I doing here? Food. Do I have any food? Yep. Don't need to worry about that. Quests. Oh, stuff to do in Ul'dah. A cat trying to scratch its way through my door. Got to get that cat flap installed. Right. So Alphinaud is in Ul'dahn. I am here because I was doing class quests. I remember. I remember. So yeah, I have absolutely no reason to stay where I currently am and should go post-haste to Ul'dahn to carry on with the main story. Because I can't do the next story quest because that ain't gonna be what, like 59, 57, well, that doesn't matter. Right. I'll go by airship. Because I can. Oh, lift attendant. The airship landing, please. Not that I need to save money, obviously, but in fact, 120 gil, I think I can teleport there cheaper. Oh, it's raining too, lovely. Sweet or savoury? No, I wanted sweet. Never mind. Righty, who's it? So, now that I'm in Ul'dahn. Oh yeah, Alphinaud! Someone finally slapped that kid upside the head. Yeah. Yeah, what the... What? Tor Ashri, Murakana, Gilgamesh. The Novice Network is a place where beginner players can share their experience and post questions on venturing to participate. Right. An invite to the Novice Network has been declined. Participation in the channel will not be allowed until another invite is received. Yep. That's good. That's okay. I'm fine with this. So who is the... was it you? No? Randomly ambushed by people. Filling my screens with invitations. Alphinaud, I hear someone finally knocked some sense into you.
You must have gathered by now that Tataru is given to exaggeration. As you can see, I am quite well.
Yes, I can hear as well. How fortunate.
Ul'dah, on the other hand, is not. This riot was anything but an isolated incident. There is a restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over.
You don't really? Well, that could be interesting.
Ul'dah is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life.
Yes.
To an Ul'dahn, money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence. So where do the refugees fit into this social hierarchy? What place is there for those who fled Alamigo and the destruction of the Calamity?
It's always a
Plainly,
question.
there is none. They have no wealth, no power, and no worth. To the Ul'dahn way of thinking, they may as well not exist.
Yep. When money
Choosing
rules
to
absolutely
ignore their
everything.
existence, however, is patently not an option. General Rauban and the Sultana understand this, which is why they ordered the Immortal Flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow by the day, with no end in sight.
It's the other problem.
This has prompted more and more Ul'dahns to question their obligation to aid these worthless wanderers.
Which, yeah, that's the consequence of that mounting problem.
While more and more refugees have come to resent their treatment at the hands of the sneering citizenry.
And the flip side of that.
The manner of Lord Lolorito's refusal to grant the Dolmens asylum bespoke a disdain for all refugees, an attitude shared by the rest of the monetarists. And you may be sure they make no effort to conceal their opinions. It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest, nor is it any surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence.
Mm-hmm.
That the Immortal Flames should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grand Companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated beyond mending.
I mean, probably not. Do I even need these? No. I'll take the money, thanks. Alright then, Alphinaud, what is your opinion on this? On what we should do? Back to unvoiced, okay. As I told you before, it was all but inevitable that an incident of this kind would eventually occur, given the rising tensions within the Sultanate. Nevertheless, I have reason to believe that this particular riot may not have begun spontaneously. Have I piqued your curiosity? Not especially. Good. Then you will accompany me to the Hall of Flames. I would hear what General Roban has to say upon the matter. Okay, sure, fine. Oh yeah, if there's a way to stir shit up, someone's going to stir it up. Why? Because there is opportunity in chaos. So many morons like to think. I mean, it's technically true, but you'd have to be a moron to strive for opportunity in chaos. Or specifically to cause chaos to strive for said opportunity. That's a very stupid way to go about business. The other thing about chaos is, yeah, opportunity, sure, guarantees, none. It's kind of the whole point of, you know, chaos. Now is not a good time, Sir Josh. My hands are full dealing with the refugees. Apparently. What the fuck do you think I'm here for? Yeah, precisely the matter we wish to discuss, General. Alphinaud, back on your feet already? Yes, I was only mildly pushed over by someone twice my height. I thought the size of my ego and attitude would stand up to more rigorous physical, shall we say, pushing. But turns out I am in fact but a small boy. You may credit my swift recovery to your chirurgeons, or surgeons as they are more commonly known in English language speaking parts of the world. My memories of the riot are still somewhat muddled. I trust you managed to regain control of the situation? Well, everything isn't on fire, so one would assume so. Not entirely. We secured the city soon enough, but not before the unrest had spread to the surrounding territories. Pockets of resistance remain throughout Thunderland. We have sent what forces we can spare to root out the last of the belligerents, but progress is slow. They are damnably elusive. Well, they would be. Well, that being said, there's bugger all else in Thunderland, so let them sit behind their rocks. I can well imagine. Given that the majority of refugees live outside the walls, it stands to reason that they would know the lay of the land. Yeah. What I do not understand is how they came to be so well prepared before my little accident. I observed that someone holding a sign just bumped into him. I observed that several of the refugees were armed, and not with butcher's knives or pitchforks, but with martial weaponry. I need hardly add that such equipment is costly. None can deny that tensions between the Ul'dahnian citizenry and the refugee population have increased since the Domans were turned away, but would that motivate a starving man to purchase arms in lieu of food? I think not. Really depends. Depends on whether or not he thinks that he'll be able to get enough food to buy food, get enough money to buy food the next time, or whether it might be a better investment to buy something pointier. And what of those who have not even a single gil to spend, who could not survive without the aid provided by the immortal flames? Surely they would sooner sell a weapon than bring it to bear against their benefactors. Again, you'd be surprised. Come to the point. Very well. My point, General, is that this powder keg of discontent was not set alight by chance. These events were deliberately set in motion, and now order must be restored. That is my first duty. Until it is done, any investigation can wait. I do not have time to discuss this. My scouts will be returning anon. I hate the fact that they keep saying anon. It's getting so tedious. The General is no fool. He keeps his own counsel, and with good cause. Were he to claim, without the necessary proof, that these riots were instigated by outside forces, the monetarists would accuse him of attempting to shirk responsibility. After all, he and the Sultana have been the most outspoken proponents of refugee aid. Regardless, they will face harsh criticism in the days ahead. Our allies may stumble upon the truth in time, but I have far more faith in your abilities, Sir Josh. Therefore, I propose we conduct our own investigation independent of the authorities. well, I will run around talking to people who won't really tell me much, and eventually you will come back with some kind of proof. To that end, I would have you make inquiries in the settlement suspected of harbouring belligerents. Commander Swift would know which they are. He may balk at a request for such information, but I've no doubt that you can persuade him with your silver tongue. And deadly weaponry. I, meanwhile, shall seek answers in my own way, which will be the answers that actually answer questions, after which we can regroup and share our findings. Well then, shall we? I mean, it's due diligence to send a guy off to check that the other answers are genuinely unhelpful. But still, it's tedious to always be that guy. You look as though you have something to say, Sir Josh, do you? Yes, give information. What you ask is no simple favour. It's relatively simple. Were such information to fall into the wrong hands, in my hands, the lives of countless soldiers would be at risk. It's fine. Even so, there is wisdom in your words, I know. An able individual may be better suited to this task than a regiment, probably. Very well, the Brass Blades have reported suspicious activity in the vicinity of Lost Hope. It may be unrelated to recent events, but we doubt it. I suggest you begin by speaking to the Blades posted there. Lost Hope, yes, a promising place. Where is it? I see. It's that collection of tents. An echo around here or something? Right. It's this way. It is this way. Is that fence always there? Must have been. Hobbledehoy? There's a hobbledehoy. Hi, you two. I didn't expect them to send you, Sir Josh. I take it this means someone has read my report. So it would seem. The refugees who left with the merchant have yet to return, and I'm increasingly concerned that Zazawaka's suspicions were correct. You haven't the foggiest what I'm talking about, do you? Never mind, speak with Zazawaka, he will explain everything. Okay. You, Amalboga. What brings you here, adventurer? Such refugees? Well, then you come to the right place. Ah, you mean those refugees? Oh no, you won't find them here. Most of the people of Lost Hope have come to accept their situation and are content to pass their days in peace and quiet. Just live forever in the shittiest tents I've ever seen. Okay. Outsiders have trouble understanding that, like that merchant who passed through recently. Gregarious fellow, but awfully opinionated. Can't say I was sad to see him go. Okay. Onwards. No, I ain't joining anything. Haha. Okay. Now would probably be a good time to consume the food. Make sure I'm getting that full XP bonus. Toss some greens into the air as well. There we go. Ah, don't hurt me, I'm not one of them. Okay, sure. I beg your pardon, you're not a flame? I see. If Little Frick bids you speak with me, then I take it you've agreed to help. Well, be praised for that, because we haven't a moment to waste. Everyone knows the flames are on the march. The others have fallen under that fanatic spell, but not I. Promises of revolution and retribution, of holding the ruling class to account and taking that which is owed. Ha! A childish fantasy. It's generally just a good way to get shot, yeah. I did everything I could to dissuade the others from leaving, but few would heed my words. Now that one of our idealists has returned, however, the madness of the merchant's plan is plain for all to see. Look behind yonder tent and you will understand why.
You know, he could hurt me some trouble with it.
Yep, violent riots and revolution kind of suck. That's the way of it. Try as I might, I can make little sense of his words beyond the fact that he was not alone in surviving, yet I have no doubt that merchant will lead the remainder to their doom. I beg of you, find them before he does. And that's kind of the point. You all die, and then people get blamed for there being refugees in the first place, and someone else usurps power. Right. Simple plan. Probably having something to do with that evil cutscene we saw last time. What are you doing? Don't draw, don't draw, don't draw, don't draw! Why didn't you run away with me? We could have escaped together. Then you'd be here with me, be here to soothe me. Why did you have to stay and leave me alone? So let me guess, I have to /soothe. Be soothed. Who are you? What do you want? I'm very soothing presence. My ability to relax the populace is well known. Feel better? Aye, it's true, I followed the merchant and made the gods strike me down for my folly. What they will not give, you must take, he said. When we asked how, he revealed a cache of weapons he had brought and implored us to seize control of our fates. I thought about running there and then, but the others were so excited. He split us into 2 groups and sent us off on our own. But when the flames found us, we didn't know what to do. Our leader tried to parley with theirs, but then they started arguing and then fighting, and then everyone was fighting, and the flames were shouting to give no quarter, and... Oh gods, the other group. They're still out there. If we don't stop them, they'll be massacred like mine was. Yeah. Where is the other group? The other refugees are hiding in the caves south of... I mean, if there's massacring to do, it might as well be me to do it. I'm better at it than most of the folks around here. Hiding in the caves south of Lost Hope. But to approach them would be fruitless. They would sooner call us agents of the Sultanate and try to kill us than listen to reason. Why, the twins might even deign to do the deed themselves. A pox on all bloody sellswords. They were supposed to trade us to fight, but the ones he sent with us vanished during the struggle. Oh, if only we had never listened to that merchant's ridiculous claims. He said our cause was righteous, and that the gods would never suffer us to be defeated. You know, gods have a tendency to suffer that all the time. Though, if they were forced to confront reality, that's it, challenge the twins to combat, and show my brethren that their strongest warriors are no match for one man. Mayhap then they will agree to lay down their arms and renounce this plot. Okay. Surrender or die, I don't really care which. This cave, perhaps? Aha. 7 hells, they found us. Everyone grab your gear and make for the rendezvous point. So that's your game, is it? Ah, ha, 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 ha. Sorry to disappoint you, lad, but we're more than willing to kill you ourselves. Sure thing, bub. Should never have come here. That's a reference. Never should have come here. It's been too long. I don't know, one of those spells didn't do damage properly. Right. So there was something about twins? You beat him like it was nothing. Thought almighty, what are we gonna do now? Go home to your tent. It kind of sucks, but yeah, you're gonna do that. Back to the terrified refugee for some reason. You've returned. Did you find my brethren? What are the twins? What happened? They're all dead. I see. Well, you had no choice. Well, thank you for understanding. Better than a handful of them take a beating from you than the lot get butchered by the flames. Aye, and I suppose there's more prestige and honour to being butchered by me. Tell me, what did the merchant have to say when it was over? He wasn't there. But where else would he be, unless he went to Stone's Throw to recruit others? Yeah. Tell me of this Stone's Throw. Where the fuck is that? The merchant wished to approach the refugees in Stone's Throw, but was waiting until the flames withdrew their forces from the vicinity. Now that they have, there's nothing to stop him from continuing his work. How many more must perish in pursuit of this futile cause? How much more suffering must we endure before it ends? I don't know. Find him, convince him to cease his mad quest. It will surely lead us to ruin. I mean, that's pretty much his whole goal. But, yes, I will convince him to stop. It's amazing the things you can convince people to do when you, remove their heads from their shoulders. Most people become immensely receptive to ceasing their immediate activities once you do that. Small child. Have you seen my parents? They wouldn't happen to have been in a cave a bit north of here, would they? They told me to stay here with the others. They said they'd be back soon, but it's been days. They left with the man from Ul'dah. The man said they were going to change everything, make it so we could live inside the walls with everyone else. I liked it when he said that. I didn't like it when he talked about making the rich people pay. Everyone looked so angry and I got scared. Wise thing to be, under the circumstances. Say, mister, are you looking for someone? Yes, the merchant man. I don't know why this is an option, but now I have to pick one. I said I'm looking for a merchant. You mean the man who left with my parents? But I don't know where he... Wait, look over there. I think that's him. Oh no, which of these gullible fools shall be my next victim? Hello, I heard you were preaching the word of Christ. Please, talk to me. I am receptive. I. Running away like a bitch. He's getting away. Go get him, mister. I shall. Is he actually there, running away? Hello? Hello? He's not running anyway. He's already disappeared to the dispatch yard. Quick on his feet. Got a hand in that. Ha! I, however, have burp power. You there. Stop right there, criminal scum. You again? Why are you pursuing me? Because you're criminal scum. Sedition, treason, revolution, that's preposterous. Oh, hear those things too. Who has filled your head with these lies? Refugees, the self-same refugees who terrorize the streets of Ul'dah? Ha! You have no evidence to prove your accusations, none. Bitch, I don't need evidence. More to the point, do you have any evidence that anyone would miss you were you to, I don't know, suddenly drop dead of exsanguination? No, I will not accompany you to the Hall of Flames. You have no right to detain me. A sword drawing. For the sake of argument, let us say, I did do the things you claim. Surely you don't think I give a kickworm's ass about politics. It was business, only business. But again, why do you think that is a good enough excuse? We both know I'm not the one you want, however, if you agree to protect me, I swear I shall tell you everything. This is a good shot. What's all this commotion? Well, the informant is dead. Tell the others to spread out and search the area. The killer may still be close. I mean, he's up that way. Thank you for having enough brains to not suspect me. Yes, I, the man talking to him at point-blank range, am not the one who shot him in the chest with an arrow. Bearing in mind you are local to the area, I genuinely half expected that you would. Hold, adventurer. I would know more about your relationship with the victim as well as the events leading up to his death. He was criminal scum, and I was about to take him into custody. This man was responsible for the recent riots. Mayhap we owe his murderer a debt of gratitude. In any case, it is obvious you are not the one whom we seek. Obvious? Well, I mean, it is, but I can't believe you really did come to that conclusion all on your own. I'm flabbergasted. You may carry on with your investigation, Sylphs. Alright, we'll do. Right, so the shot came from over there. Report to Swift at the Hall of Flames. Alright, let's not carry on with my investigation and just go do that instead. Yeah, I wouldn't have just stood there and gone, my informant appears to be dead. Shot by that guy I saw in the ridge over there. Personally, I would investigate a little more than that. Especially since I could just go up onto the ridge. You know, he can't have gotten that far. empty button. Swift, I have very little to report. There was a guy, he is dead. Where's the merchant? He's dead. Murdered. Damn it all to the seventh hell. He was not simply murdered, Sir Josh, he was silenced. You know shit, Swift. Do not despair, though. We may be closer to identifying the true orchestrator of these rites than you realize. Oh, you mean whilst I was busy not accomplishing anything, as per usual, in these particular kinds of scenarios, someone else was mysteriously acquiring the exact information we need? The Flame General left word that you were to proceed to the Fragrant Chamber as soon as you return. He wishes to discuss your recent discoveries as well as the results of our own investigation. Master Alphinaud has already been informed and should be waiting for you outside. Okie dokie. I shall go this way. I always get a bit turned around coming out of those damn teleports. I do like these hallways, though. This is nice architecture. Bartholomew, get out of the way.
Commander Swift has kept us apprised of your recent activities. You've made great strides towards quelling the violence.
I have. That's good.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, the truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
This information does not leave this room.
Okay.
The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination.
Mm-hmm.
Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate.
Mm-hmm.
Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence. Until a certain incident served as a call to arms.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters.
Still haven't fired those guys, huh?
It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not tell you what followed.
We assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Teleji Adeleji.
Teleji Adeleji.
Yeah.
But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
Money.
Know
Inroads.
you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill?
No.
It is a proposal to annex the Carteneau Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
Seems like a very reasonable thing to do.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
For no particularly good reason.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield.
Ah, yes, because of the PvP.
The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Carteneau Flats. That much is common knowledge.
Hence why they are now the Carteneau Flats instead of the Carteneau giant rocky formations that could be seen in the opening cutscene.
What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Allagan ruins, of which no record existed.
Ah.
There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day. Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations.
Basically, murder each other without end, but in the name of friendship, in a friendly way.
In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Teleji Adeleji proposed the Carteneau Reclamation Bill. A shameless bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Allagan ruin.
Well, he is a Lalafell from
Unity
Ul'dahnian,
of the
so...
Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
A Lalafell from Ul'dahnian. So...
He walks a path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Carteneau Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate, and, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate?
The Allagan ruins, you dumbass. Like, one of them might hold the secrets to, I don't know, the internal combustion engine? That would revolutionize pretty much everything on this continent.
Omega.
Omega?
Pardon?
An Allagan monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger, we know not. It has yet to be fully excavated. Allagan inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself. If accurate, it might explain why Nail Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Carteneau Flats. Given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation, destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And
Yeah,
now
it was
you tell me
hilarious.
there is another such weapon. One which could contend with Bahamut. Bahamut!
Yeah, apparently. Again, boy, it's not that surprising.
Aye, we were skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
You're talking about the people that built the artificial moon that trapped Bahamut inside it in the fucking first place. What is so mind-bogglingly incomprehensible about the idea that maybe they also had, like, a big gun?
At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged. However, if someone were to restore it, as the Garleans did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Power enough to subjugate Ul'dah like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides, which is doubtless why Teleji Adeleji yearns to have it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
Yeah, he wants to acquire the most powerful weapon in the world so he can take over the world, despite the fact he's a shit businessman. Like, if it was anybody else, like if it was Lolorito doing it, that would be fine. But this guy who's not even as good as Lolorito, the impudence.
'Tis in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Ul'dah.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
I wouldn't call it a waste of time. This is like the most important council room on the entire continent. If there's a big hole in the wall that people keep listening to things through, that's a problem you might want to get on. God, these people are so... I should be glad to know the truth, and yet the thought that all this chaos was the product of one man's lust for power sickens me. I mean, most everything is. How long do you think they intend to hide the existence of Omega from the Scions? How long do you think they intended to hide the existence of Omega from the Scions? That they even felt the need to do so is most troubling. I mean, maybe it didn't really come up. It doesn't appear to be of any use. It appears to be completely broken. Maybe they would have brought it up when they finished digging it out. Maybe they were more concerned with just killing each other around it. It would be in our best interest to learn more of the military activities in the disputed territories. Fortunately, you are already well positioned to do so, Lieutenant Teppan. Yeah? Pray keep us informed of any developments in Cartano. Also, now I have to go to the PvP place. Cool. Be gone! Well, this is no place for children. What? Sniffle sob. I'm sorry. Oh hey, it's the kid from the camp place. Hi, kid. I was looking for you, mister. You said you were looking for the man who left with my parents. Sob. Yes. So he visited Stonethrow as well, I see. Did you find the man? Were my parents with him? They were... not. No. Why are you answering? However, I can think of several places they might be. If you like, we can go and look for them together. Really? You'll help me look, mister? Of course, but first, I need to finish speaking with my friend. He's telling me a secret, you see, so no one else is allowed to listen. Mayhap you could wait for me behind that pillar over there. We require but a moment. Okay, mister, I'll be waiting. That's good. Right, I'll take you to the quicksand. Mayhap Momodi will know what to do. A legion of guardians, an ether-style primal, even dealing with an Ascian would be preferable to this charade. You know, that's... I mean, let's be honest, most 15-year-olds aren't that amenable to taking care of younger children. Sometimes I fear Minfidia is too ambitious. We rush hither and yon in response to threats as they arise, without concern for the strain it places on our limited resources, and ourselves. Yeah, I noticed that. Mayhap the time has come for a change. Oh, revolution in the Zions. Oh, speaker of the devil, Sir Josh, this is Minfidia. I know this is sudden, but I must ask you to return to Revenant's Toll with all due haste, so that I can then send you somewhere else. I could tell you what's up now, but I'd rather you make the trip all the way back here before then going to wherever it is I'm going to send you. The situation in the Twelveswood has taken a turn for the worse. I will explain in detail once you arrive. Explain in detail whilst I'm on the way to the Twelveswood. The Twelveswood that the primal threat you spoke of before has been confirmed. I have received no response of Ixali activity, which leaves the Sylphs. Also, Josh, you know as well as I that the appearance of a primal takes precedence over all else. But the primal's been there the whole time. Oh, and when you arrive, do inform the antecedent that while I am grateful for her concern, she needn't fear for my safety. I am more than capable of protecting myself. Sure you are, boy. Try not to get knocked over by any other grown-ass adults as you hoist your ego around all over the place. Speak with Minfidia at the Rising Stones. Okay. Teleport to Mordona. Actually, since I'm in Mordona, yeah, I only need one more. And I have 120, and it would cost me a little bit more. Accessories, 280. I have 120. Extra 160. For the second ring. Right. Okie dokie. You. Ahaha. Buttons and how I can remember them. Trials, nope. Main scenario, 350. I'm gonna have to do that stupid thing again if I do that. Alliance raid. What's likely to be quicker to complete, the Alliance raid or this? Venture need DPS. Well, alright then. I'll do this and get the bonus experience. Press the button. Join. Right. That was quick. We pause here our pursuit of the main storyline to go and farm some resources so that I can get a ring, which will be of use to me for probably the next 3 sessions. Oh, the one where we run around all over the place a lot and then wind up fighting the big yellow guy. I'll remember it. Which group am I in? Alliance C. I should generally head towards the right. Well, everybody else is running to left. Yep. There's 2 other red mages, and I'm the one with the lowest health, which means I'm the lowest level guy here. As usual. Or the guy here with the worst gear, anyway. Right. know, I'm moving everything, but I'm pretty sure that still hit me. Did I go to the wrong place? I don't understand why your opponent went invulnerable at the end though. So, whatever, I suppose. Oh, something magic parts. There's something to do with that, wasn't there? I know there's some kind of mechanic to this, but I can't remember what it is at all, so I'm just gonna do DPS things. Right, done. cascade of people snapping their ankles. Okay. The limit break bar just empty. Someone limit broke. On one bar. Seems foolish to me, but I don't know. Why not? He seems to be... Ah. Eat it. Hey, I knew it was doing something. I'm about to get meteored. I am. Oh. Aha. Apparently there are lots of people who weren't ready for that. Well, My limit broke. Really count, I don't think, but I did it. Cool. Play accommodations. Sure, you can have it. Right, let's see. I suppose I could have just left instead of passing on all that gear. Probably would have been better. Right, let's go pick up my ring. It being the last one I need. Ha ha ha! My days of farming for shit are mostly over for now. It's a ring of casting. Thank you very much. Well, I mean, if I'd taken the other ring, then that would be better for my healy spell, but nobody cares. Right. There you go, I have a full augmented ironwork set. Neato. Ah. Inferior, what was so damn important that you couldn't tell me over the phone? It is a relief to see you healthy and hale, Sir Josh. Would you expect anything less? The latest news from Ul'dah was most disturbing. It's Ul'dah. Sorry. It's Ul'dahn. Clearly, the only injury Alphinaud suffered was to his ego. Doubtless it will heal ere long. The other signs will need to be present for this meeting. If you're ready to begin, I will summon them now. Sure. Snappy with the fingers. Thank you for responding to my call with such haste. Yeah, we weren't busy. Rest assured, I should not have summoned you were it not urgent. To business then, I have received some most disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Adder. They have reason to believe that the Sylphs may have called forth their revered guardian, the Primal Ramuh. I thought they already had, and we were just, leaving him alone, because he was not aggressive. I'm sorry, may have? Then it is not certain. The Elder Seats here informs us that the elementals themselves murmur of the Lord of Levin's return to the forest. The Sylphlands, however, displayed no signs of undue commotion. Forgive me, antecedent, but the fact need not contradict the elemental's testimony. Unlike his more bellicose compeers, Garudin's Ramuh is reputed to act only in the defense of his children. Yeah, see, my point. I thought he was already there. Makes thralls of a lot of them, but otherwise doesn't really bother anyone. I imagine he would soon make his presence known if any were foolish enough to directly endanger the Sylphs or their territory. Ah, it's what they did, isn't it? The abruptness of this development concerns me. Will we not keeping a close watch on the touched ones and their movements? Oh, it didn't. I was pretty sure it's going to happen, just not this soon. I beg your pardon, you foresaw this eventuality and did not prevent it. I told Pepperlimo. I suppose I could have reported things to Minfilia earlier, but there honestly wasn't much we could do except wait and see. You know how the Sylphs feel about people poking around in their territory. Yeah, I mean, the options are do nothing or kill them all. As mentioned in earlier episodes, they already summoned Ramuh once right after the calamity, but that was because the Guardians came tramping through the forest. Yeah, and we didn't do anything about it then. I wasn't aware that he'd gone away. And so long as Castrum Orient stands, the Sylphs cannot be blamed for wishing to have their guardian deity on hand. In short, Ida and I are in agreement. The actions of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. And of no particular concern or consequence. I maintain the observation would have remained the best policy had it not been for the sudden influx of strangers into the Black Shroud. That, alas, we did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in Ul'dah drove a number of refugees to seek safety under the concealing canopy of the trees. Oh, great. It is likely that the Sylphs perceived this panic migration as yet another invasion and quickened their efforts to summon their god. After he got bored and went home last time, apparently. I am afoot in mind of Titan and the Kobolds. Once again, it is the affairs of men which have paved the way for a Primal's coming. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what manner of place Eorzea would be without the civilizing influence of mankind. An empty one. Generally speaking. Be that as it may, this regrettable development does afford us a unique opportunity. Not to mention, it's not like the other guys would stop summoning primals. You remove mankind, and the beastmen will just multiply and multiply and multiply and multiply and multiply until they're butting up against other beastmen, and then having their primals, kind of like fight it out. So Josh, through your dealings with the Sylphs of Little Solace, you once succeeded in preventing an untimely conflict with Ul'dahnian. I wonder, might one who has treated with the Sylphs so fruitfully in the past not achieve similar success with their patron deity? If Ramuh can be convinced of our intentions, it may be the first step to breaking the cycle of primal summoning. I mean, maybe. A fond hope. Were such a thing possible, we would not have been at war with the beastmen since time immemorial. But maybe this time we can. Let us continue this discussion later. We need to first consult with the nation most affected by Ramuh's presence. I am getting so tired of anon and must needs being used as expressions. The Elder Seatseer has requested your personal involvement, Sir Josh. Pray report to Commander Horensou at the Adder's Nest as soon as you are able. Steel yourself for the worst. While I hope for a peaceful resolution to this matter, experience suggests that your meeting with the Lord of Revenant will prove less than amicable. In such an event, kill him. Okie dokie. Where am I walking to? To Ul'dahnian. Busy as always, I see. That is a ridiculous hat. Right, what you got, Hulwa? So, Joshua the Times, your arrival has been most anticipated. The appearance of a Primal was ever cause for alarm and unease. Shh, no. Though my men stand ready for any eventuality, I know none more qualified than you to snuff out this threat. Indeed, I would have you do so without delay. The other seats however, would speak with you first. She is of the opinion that your diplomatic, rather than martial skills may better serve our cause. I will leave further explanation to our learned leader. Pray make your way to the... okay. It's this way. And then... this way. And this way. Howdy, who's it, country? Let me in. Take me to the place through the trees. Got my feet wet. Hey, Canny Center.
Scions of the Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty.
Uh-huh.
I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramuh is returned unto the forest. Scarce had his words ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace. Our guest informs us that the Sylphs too have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the Primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands. Unlike the other Primals you have encountered, Lord Ramuh is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children. Given that we and the Sylphs found a way to share the Twelves Wood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided. Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a Primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiation.
Okay.
The Twelves Wood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramuh himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities. Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples.
Sure.
You have my thanks. Pray make for Little Solace, then. A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin. An ill wind blows through the forest. Yet, it is not only the Twelves Wood that flinches at its coming. All the lands of Eorzea shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
Mm-hmm. Okie dokie. Right. Let's go meet Ramuh. I got thrown right out. Right. go and speak with Ramuh at the Hawthorne Hut. It's the Hawthorne Hut, right? Yes, the Hawthorne Hut. And we'll get right to talking with Lord Ramuh after this non-commercial break. Okie dokie. Couple of behemoth mounts, alright. Oh ho, Badong.
What's up?
Nothing much. I'm doing story things. Oh, and I completed my collection of tombstone stuff.
Nice. We're both completing collections today. I just finished getting the last bit of armor, endgame armor, for the endgame tombstones. And I also just got the relic weapon for Dark Knight.
Cool!
The relic weapons are those fancy weapons that I told you about. The ones that are like usually connected to lore in some way or have like really fancy, really fancy animations.
Right. Well, things that I might possibly have something to do with after another 1,000 or so hours of gameplay.
I mean, it's literally just something to do, you know. If you want to just do the story, one of the things that a lot of people both love and hate about Final Fantasy is, unlike WoW, you don't have to really grind for a lot of stuff. The stuff you grind for is 100% optional. So like, unlike WoW, where if you want to be able to get 5 feet off of the ground with a single bound, right? Not even just a little skip, just like actually jump, you'd have to grind for it.
Kind of. But you are also kind of constantly progressing as you grind. Yeah, I enjoyed the leveling process in WoW. Well, that was a long time ago.
I'm not hating on the leveling process. I just want you to understand that Final Fantasy goes about things with a different approach, as I'm certain you're realizing.
Oh yeah, no, I kind of noticed.
obviously, not. The beginning is pretty choppy.
Yeah.
So, but like generally speaking, though, like Final Fantasy. I was watching a video about. You know who Jesse Cox is?
Yeah, I know
YouTuber?
Jesse Cox, yes.
Yeah, he was doing a comparison video between Final Fantasy XIV and WoW, and one of the big things he said was like, WoW is an MMO RPG. Final Fantasy XIV is an RPG MMO. It's just a simple swap of the words, but that simple swap kind of already hints at the major difference between the two.
Yeah, that's a lot what I'm saying about it. This is an RPG.
With MMO components.
Just kind of
an
rammed into it at random.
It does get a lot, as I mentioned, it does get a lot more fluid about it later on.
So apart from that, it's trying to run on the strength of being an RPG, and the problem it's having at the moment is it is the worst RPG I've ever played. Which is unfortunate, but has the only upside of I have not paid for it. So, yeah, there's only so much I can complain when it's literally free. I still do complain because, even if it's free in money, it is not free in time.
I mean, I would say if you were like a big time streamer and you had like or like a big time job, yeah, sure, but you don't. You don't, my friend.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. Basically, who better than an absolute nobody than to subject themselves to this entire experience to show somebody else, to show other people? There you go. The big names, they don't. They're not going to show you this this hypercritical content.
Some will. Jesse Cox streamed his period of A Realm Reborn.
All right.
Asmongold did it, so.
So okay, go watch that instead, I guess.
What I'm more saying is, they understood, like, it sucks. It sucks. I get that, but like they were aware that like they were prepared for it, and they put in the grind, and they wound up really enjoying it. So I'm just saying, like, if maybe all you gotta do, if they can do it the same, and wind up enjoying the game fairly for a fair deal, then hey, maybe you can too.
If it's not impossible, but the evidence thus far is lacking. That's all I can say. Because it is.
As I've said in the past, once we get out of A Realm Reborn and into Heavensward, it is night and day difference. If you do not enjoy it, by the time you get into Heavensward, or by the time we get like fairly deep into Heavensward, you're just not gonna like Final Fantasy XIV. That's just a simple fact.
Okay.
But if you do enjoy it by the time we get into into Heavensward, then it was worth it in the end, type deal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we shall have to see when we get there. If ever we can actually get there.
Which is why I've been telling you to focus on the story.
Well, it's what I'm doing.
So we can. Well, you have done in the past few days, but there was that period where we were kind of just grinding out a bunch of other stuff too.
Only a little bit, but generally story focused. Mostly, apart from... Sorry, you'll have to forgive me. I thought that all these other things that you can do at the same time were worth a damn. I was wrong.
Are you gonna accept my party invite?
I tried. It did not work.
It's in... you should be able to. It's in the bottom right corner now.
Yeah, I know. I clicked on it twice now. Hang on. Let's get through talking to this lieutenant. I've been told that your fellow sons are conducting an investigation. Yes, I am. All the things are known. Shut up, man. You are nothing but a hindrance to me. There we go. Servant
Wanna see
lieutenant
my new
looks
sword?
about, seemingly awaiting a visitor. Yeah, sure. Well, actually, hang on. Sure, go ahead. Is that a flexi sword? Does that just kind of wibble out into the distance?
It did!
You know it's a bad thing when swords do that, right?
Literally the first thing I saw was just, hey yo, let me just flop this out quick.
Oh god. It's very glowy. That's cool.
I believe it's meant to be a hard light blade. So we're looping back into the ancient technology again.
Yeah.
A little bit here.
Yeah, no, I'm seeing that. I mean, it is a sword, but then it's a sword with a shield around it.
Well, that's just meant to be the guard, I believe, and the.
Well, no, I mean, it's a sword. It's got a shield. The blade has a shield. But it's a sharp shield, because it comes down to a line. Which, you know, is cool. Probably very scratch resistant.
The reason why the blade is the way it is you will have to do the Manderville questline to really understand it. And if I kinda...
Let's not go there. I have enough actual hell to go through, as it is,
Right.
without trying to remember
what
details of heaven.
I wasn't gonna give the context, right? I'm not gonna explain anything. It's just in order to understand why the blade is the way it is, you will have to do the Manderville questline. That's just a simple fact.
I mean, I already know why the blade is the way that it is. The developers had a fantasy game on their hands and said, but we wanted to do sci-fi! And so they did both. Right, I mean, I'm told they pulled it off. And it's entertaining, but, well... I was told that a messenger would be sent. Yes, it is me. Now shut up and get out of my way. This one returns and returns with good tidings. Wise ones have finished searching and have wisely identified the precise location where the touched ones summoned Lord Ramuh. Okay, cool. I was just going to walk in and find it, but alright. Might you be so kind as to escort this good man to his fellow scions? Oh, they're already there! Please, come this one. Why did I have to talk to this guy? Hang on. Well, yeah, usually I come and go that way. Right, okay, yeah. I was thinking this doesn't look familiar. But, You. Hi, what are we doing? What are we doing here? Why are we here? Wise ones have ventured deep within the Sylphlands. These ones must proceed carefully and keep an eye out for touched ones.
So, for a little bit of context, as I'm certain you're probably guessing here, but just to kind of give context just in case you are missing something, Primals are heavily influenced by the nature of how the other people see them, right?
I mean, they're literally made up.
Well, yes, they are. There are no actual gods in the Final Fantasy universe. But, you know, obviously these guys don't believe that, because, let's be real here, there's no way to necessarily, you know, they are representing us. We don't know if gods are real or not. And there have been many wars fought over that fact. So it's kind of the same situation in, you know, obviously Final Fantasy. And so, but the summoning, though, there are 3 things that affect how a Primal is going to react when it's summoned. The nature of its summoning, the emotional state of the summoner, and how the worshippers view their deity. Leviathan was seen as a force of wrath, and, you know, and a spearhead. Same with Ifrit, same with Titan. Whereas Ramuh has never really been seen from the Sylphs' point of view. They've never viewed Ramuh as a very hyper-aggressive god. He's always been like, he's the elder you go to.
He's the
when
wizard
you
dude.
don't know what to do. Yeah, he is the elder you go to when you don't know what to do. That is how they viewed Ramuh.
Yeah, I mean,
For always.
this has been explained over a few cutscenes now.
Yeah.
My main point of contention was, why are we so concerned? They summoned Ramuh last time, and it was fine. Also, I wasn't aware that he'd gone away, since we did nothing about it the last time he was summoned. So,
Well,
what's everybody kicking up a fuss about? And also, where did he go the last time for him to be summoned again?
Ramuh's the only primal that's willing. Most primals crave. It's like part of their nature and part of the summoning for them to want to feed on ether and for them to want to spread their influence. Ramuh is an exception to this. He's a very, very poignant exception to this. When he influences his charges, the other Sylphs, it's actually by accident. It's because they got too close, and he accidentally altered them. He actually does not. He doesn't intentionally influence his charges. In fact, he actually, because he doesn't want to influence his charges, he actually winds up dissipating himself. He goes away. He leaves.
Oh.
When he gets summoned and he does what he needs to do, he leaves.
Okay.
But the big reason why, though, ultimately, is that the last time Ramuh was summoned in 1.0, right? Again, we didn't do anything about him. But Ramuh stayed around for a little too long to do what he needed to do, which was essentially defend his people, right?
Right.
And it basically created a small pocket of dead forest, because primals, by their nature, even if they don't actively feed off of crystals, they naturally draw ether from the ground to sustain them.
Mm-hmm.
So, because he had to do what he needed to do before he left, he accidentally created a pocket of dead ground. And the
Which I
forest
assume
was not
is
happy
somewhere
about
around
that.
here. Ah, yes, because
Yeah.
it's a very mindful forest.
Yes. And so, essentially what they're trying to do is, like, Ramuh, when we dealt with him last time, we asked him, hey, what do we need to do to get you to leave? And he's like, oh, you've already dealt with it, I'm gone. It's the same principle. Like, we're trying to figure out, hey, Ramuh, what do we need to do to get you to fuck off? And this is essentially what we're trying to figure out.
Oh, alright.
What?
Be gone from this mortal coil. Time wasted son of a bitch. Primo. Hi guys. Why did I have to talk to 2 other people before making my way here? So, it's actually you. I am relieved. For a moment I thought we were dealing with another one of those confounded Sylph tricksters. And also, why are you here when you don't necessarily have the echo? I swear, with them wreaking havoc with their skin-changing magics, it's a wonder I was able to finish taking my measurements. Yes, it was quite the ordeal. You should have seen the look on his daughter's face when the one impersonating you suddenly showed up. Alright. Quite enough, Papillon. Stop wasting everybody's time, Papillon. Come on. At any rate, as I was saying, I have finished measuring etheric activity in the area, and I'm pleased to say I have reached an indisputable conclusion to wit that Ramuh was called forth in... Skip! Ramuh's here, Ramuh's here, Ramuh's here, Ramuh's here, Ramuh's here, Ramuh's here. Oh, by the way, I've confirmed that Ramuh is here. Stop wasting my damn time! With everything! Always! My God! Alright. Crystal Jobby. Okie dokie.
Betrays thee, servant of hiding.
I don't know, what is that he hiding? Wizard dude! With a truly ridiculous moustache.
The bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan.
Yep.
I am Ramuh, guardian of the children of the forest.
Yes, so I've heard. So I see that's all moustache.
And beard.
Well, the beard bit's on the bottom, but the long bit's here. This is moustache. That's excessive moustache, man.
Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the Sylphs?
You? Here, why?
The Ul'dahnians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult.
I mean, no, but if you want to take it that way, I can become the bane of you as long as well, at the same time as I am the bane of all the other names you just mentioned earlier.
Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest not for my children's desires.
Oh, you will fight it, Ramuh.
They did but wish
Well, I
to
mean, I
dwell
guess that
beneath
much.
these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man.
That with these refugees, they don't tend to give much of a shit. They're refugees. You know, they're people in a desperate situation, which means... well, that's about it, really.
Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just.
What sentence? Also, it's not like they've been bothered at all. You know, they just saw some people.
Ul'dahnian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other.
We really should, if you know. Otherwise... well, I mean, that's practically racist.
Thy conflicts have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man.
Okay, sure. Fine.
Whence sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born? It would explain much. Not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature.
Yeah, I mean, we actually do shit instead of just sitting there forever.
Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking?
I mean, it's up to you, mate. You can take the peace, or you can die.
Thou bearest the crystal
Or
which I
take the
bestowed
peace.
upon my wayward charges.
Same sentence, two different meanings.
They should entrust so precious a gift to thee. Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye. But there is something more in thee.
More than just a bringer of light. Okay.
Very well. I shall consider thy proposal. Shouldst thou survive my trial.
Okay.
If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Wither mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee. Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment.
Sure thing, Ramuh.
Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
Urianger, it is rare indeed to find you so far from a tome.
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in
Sam
painted
Smith
renderings
with
made
the
faint
goggle
by
noises.
time.
I was thinking that.
Never shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady.
It's like, why? He was wearing the split-the-same goggles on top of his goggles.
Research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramuh, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
Whatever. Cool, the striking tree now accessible. Yes, in the name of harmony, let me just kill that sylph.
Dispatch your child real quick.
Alright.
So,
Yeah, and again,
Ramuh has
a random, massively multiplayer element just jammed into the whole RPG setting. If you, the bringer of light, you very specifically, if you face my trial, and then you turn around and all of a sudden there's like 9 other guys. Oh, sorry, 7 other guys. It's just... lightning and stuff. Is there some special insta-wipe mechanic that's gonna... Nope.
You can lessen the effects and damage of his lightning by picking up those little orbs. If I remember correctly, they stack up to 3 times. After, if you go more than that though, then you'll make yourself incredibly weak to lightning.
Ah, it doesn't last very long. I see. I have a target on me. I cut. Ah, I am terrored. For a long time.
Yeah.
What?
Technically, you're supposed to get hit with an attack that's supposed to break you free, but it's clear that he hit someone else with the attack.
Okay.
That can happen sometimes.
Judgment Bolt. It was very visually impressive, but it didn't do much. It didn't hurt much either, actually. Ramuh, gotta say, ain't shit.
Oh, you need to break that tether by clicking one of those orbs. The other person doesn't do it too.
Any specific orb? I've touched a few.
You both have to click the orb.
I can't click the orb.
There.
It's not applicable.
The other guy might think it wasn't you. You both have to do it. The other guy hasn't one up yet. Most of the time, when those chain mechanics, it's usually either getting super far away or super close. That one's kind of easy.
I have them terrored again. Okay. I'm no longer terrored, so I'm going to limit break. I got interrupted. Somebody else limit broke.
Yeah, that fight's pretty annoying as a DPS class because a lot of you can just spend pairs. I've been through your pain, I promise. It's pretty annoying. There is a mechanic to ensure you don't get terrored by involving those purple glowing these things right here.
I did one of those.
I think you're supposed to either like not be them, or you're supposed to like ditch the lightning strike on them or something else like that, because they're meant to be like lightning conduits or whatever. The thing they put on towers to catch lightning.
Lightning rods.
Thank you. They're meant to act like as like lightning rods. But I've never actually really learned the mechanic.
Okay. Well, it didn't appear to make a difference. That was very easy.
Yeah, he's a pretty easy fight.
And hey, I see you got 11 orb.
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light.
11 orb.
And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine. Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony
use
gather,
it to make some like
and meekness will but
Ramuh
feed.
style gear. You can get like the Levin barding, plasma lamp, or a wind-up Ramuh, and you can craft them.
Cool.
If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
There you go, I am now apparently the one redeeming light for all mankind. Nobody mention my 7 buddies who are just, you know, walking out the back door as we speak.
Yeah, it does eventually. You are still considered a badass, but eventually the narrative does change to
the Lord of
you
Levin.
and your badass
A regrettable
friends.
act, but a necessary
You were just the
one.
more badass.
Slain the Lord of Levin, regrettable. He literally
In
told me
witnessing thy
to.
struggle, a truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Ascians.
Neat.
But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
Report to the Sub-Lieutenant Little Solace. Why? Why do I have to do that? When you know damn well that the first thing he's going to tell me to do is, oh, you should go back and report to the Elders here. Or perhaps to a different lieutenant, who will then tell me to go and report to the Elders here. Plus, it's pissing it down. You. Absolute waste of time. So Josh, you have returned. Dare I ask how Ramuh received your visit? He was pissed. So I had to go and kill him. He challenged you to a test of arms. It is well, then, that you have some experience in such matters. I have a lot of experience in exactly that matter, yes. The peoples of both Cretannia and Little Solace will be relieved to hear that the Lord of Levin has accepted you as the Forest Champion of Peace. You have performed a monumental duty this Josh. The Elder Seedseer must be informed of your deeds at once. You should go and inform her of the deeds. it. Elder Seeds here will wish to hear your experiences firsthand. Pray return to Ul'dahnian. I see exactly what I fucking said! To the fucking letter. Why are you here? Why do you exist?
Grumpy tepid noises.
I don't appreciate having this much of my time just wasted.
Why are you running there when you can just use the Aether Crystals?
Because I don't think about that.
Hi, Tepin. What took you so long?
Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, it took me longer. We're also talking a matter of seconds here, faster, to run than to just go through the menu, to teleport, to teleport, to teleport, to teleport, to teleport, to teleport. But that's where they decided to really try and save people time, is in the, 10-second spaces. Rather than running here for 10 seconds, in 5 seconds, you can open a menu to go to the place and you can teleport there. Because that's where the time is lost. Not just reporting to endless, infinite NPCs with no purpose whatsoever, apart from to tell you to go and say the exact same shit to somebody else.
Returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad am I of this.
Yeah, it's no problem.
That your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramuh ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell?
I killed him. He was happy about it.
Ramuh made trial of you? I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without.
Yeah, I mean, that's just basically some esoteric philosophical bullshit, but sure.
It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Carteneau, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest.
Well, yeah.
As the scars of the calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all. Eorzea must be as one. Yet I fear that dream is still far off.
I mean, it's literally up to you.
On behalf of the people of Ul'dahnian and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done.
I mean, literally, the thing she's talking about is proposing a, basically, continental government.
Which is essentially what wound up happening.
Yeah, because all three other leaders, or the leaders of the other two governments, are basically saying, oh, if only we were more unified. All these problems that we have because we're not more unified. If only we could unify. You agree we should unify to resolve pretty much every single problem we have? Ah, yeah. It's a bugger, isn't it? Oh, well, bye! It's been the thing that's been happening continuously so far. Again, worst RPG ever. On behalf of the people of Ul'dahnian and the elements both, thank you for all you've done, all you and your fellow scions have done.
Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late.
Funny that,
and
yeah.
offered all too little in return.
This is also true.
As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth.
Oh, goody, because, you know, that's 2 primals have killed for you so far. I've only, you know, twice-fold preserved your whole existence.
Lord Ramuh has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent. Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
It's an Ascian. Oh, sorry, is my voice not foresty enough for you? Paprimo!
Yeah, Devin. Did you know you had to speak with the rustling of leaves and the crinkling of...
I broke no bark up my tadger. Therefore, you can take my voice as it is or leave it. Either way, I don't really care. I mean, she was literally just standing there saying, yeah, this is twice now you've allowed us to continue existing. I shall endeavour to not be completely and utterly useless in future. Maybe do some of that governing that I'm supposed to do. And here is Paprimo to completely waste my time anew before sending me back to say everything all over again to Minfilia. That ends another daunting mission, eh, Sir Josh? I'd hoped old Ramuh could be persuaded with words alone. Yes, you're like the 3rd or 4th person to bring this up already. I can only admire the adroitness with which you responded to the Primal's sudden challenge, and it seems that Urianga too was pleased with the outcome. Yes, so he was. I know this, because he said so inasmuch to me in person 5 minutes ago! But yes, this is a thing that happened 5 minutes ago. Good of you to remind me of it. What say you, Sir Josh? Shall we gather back at the Rising Stones and repeat all of this again? To the Rising Stones. Such value to stop and talk to Paprimo on the way. Otherwise, I might have forgotten the conversation I'd had with Urianga just before, and gotten lost on where I should be going next. A vital bridge in the story. So hang on. Something something, the students of Baldessian. This is what this is going to be. I mean, I know that stuff is happening in Ul'dah, but it's too soon to have any kind of resolution to do with that. Something something students of Baldessian remnants. After a recap of the thing that just happened again. Welcome back. Word of your momentous encounter with Lord Ramuh precedes you. Shall we talk about it? I would fain share news of mine own, but Urianga's discovery must take precedence. Upon witnessing your defeat of the Lord of Leven, our learned companion was struck with a profound insight regarding the nature of the Ascian's immortality. Let us assemble and discuss his observations together. Right, so the thing that Urianga just said is the thing that we would talk about. I'm certain the students of Baldessian will come into it again.
If everyone is ready, let us begin. Urianger, the floor is yours.
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the Waking Sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Ascian clad in white, Elidibus. Unwelcome though his presence was, His words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Ascians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
Practical.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Ascians might more permanently be slain.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
Right. So what you're saying is, when they become pure ether to avoid, physical death, or as a consequence of physical death, they are then at that point ether and can be absorbed by other things. It's a downside of being made of energy. Okay.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
He not being made of ether, the ether that he was a part of was not blown up. No, he was absorbed.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior.
Yes, go ahead.
Let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm.
Okay.
In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
Okay.
'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls.
One goes out, one comes in.
Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated.
Uh-huh.
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether given shape.
Mm-hmm.
Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of a Sahagin no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, It seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth the distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Right. What was that?
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them. The Ascians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
I mean, nah, it's fairly easy to remember. You dressed like that dude and floated whilst laughing menacingly at everybody.
I am sorry, my friend.
Also, for context, real quick, in case you're curious, the ethereal sea is the very core of this planet.
Oh, the crystal, you mean?
Well, it's more like it's kind of interesting because it's almost like a layer system. So we have the outer, the outer crust where everyone else is on.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's the ethereal sea, and then it's something else. We don't know what is actually at the true center of this planet. Not even they haven't gone into it yet. But we do know that it is not the ethereal sea. It's basically that's the 3 layers of the planet that we are on.
Well, it's Hydaelyn, isn't it?
No. Hydaelyn exists within the ethereal sea.
Well, she would do if she's in the middle of it.
What was that?
I mean, she would do if she's in the middle of it. It's the big crystal, right in the middle.
Yeah, no, I said Hydaelyn exists in the ethereal sea. That she's in the ethereal sea. The big crystal is something else. No, the big crystal is a part of, floats in the ethereal sea. What's in the center of the planet is something else entirely. It's not the ethereal sea, it's not Hydaelyn, it's not the big crystal. Okay, it is... We don't know what it is. They just haven't gone into it, the developers just haven't gone into it.
Okay.
So, it's... Crust, where everyone else is, ethereal sea, which is essentially where all the souls and stuff like that go, and then core. And what the core is, we don't know. But Hydaelyn vibes in the ethereal sea.
So, technically, if you were to just dig a really big hole, you would get to the afterlife.
In essence.
People of Eorzea can say, yeah, well, where do you go when you die? Oh, down there. Not metaphorically speaking, literally down there.
Literally, the reason why they bury people is to make it easier for them to get to the ethereal sea. That not even joking you.
Okay.
So,
wherefore lieth the afterlife? It's over there.
In a way, yeah. There actually are geysers, massive geysers where you can see aether funneling out and dissipating back into the world. Right? It's just pure energy, right? Neither good nor bad.
Just walking past a crack in the planet, watch it spew aether all over the place, and go, "Oh, Granny, I wasn't expecting to see you again so soon."
And you can just jump down it. Well, if you do go into the ethereal sea, there is a very strong chance that you will just disintegrate.
Yeah, which wouldn't change much because, it's what would happen.
It'll just break you down.
Until you are also pure energy, which is what would happen when you died anyway.
Yeah.
And then you come back and be reborn. And if the crystal, which is floating around in there somewhere at random, wills it, you'll come back remembering what happened the last time as well. So...
What if she chooses you to carry on the Echo?
Ah, she has a massive crush on me. 'Tis known.
I mean, yeah.
I'm sorry, my friend, but yes, we all remember that time you started floating and cackling at people.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan.
Ah.
If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Ascians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection...
Therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
Okay.
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Ascian soul.
I'll just stick it in one of them vents. Oh yeah, I mean the entrapping part might be slightly difficult. Well, you just use a Primal. Make sure they don't have one of them stone thingies as a ticket straight to the other place, and then kill them, and then have the soul be eaten by a Primal. And then you kill the Primal, and the energy goes swamp back into the earth, through the earth, and to the ethereal sea.
You're surprisingly close on how they go about this.
I mean, the mechanics don't seem all that complicated, so...
Yeah, you're actually surprisingly close. I'm not gonna give, not spoilers, because it does relate to a different character, and I don't want to spoil that character, because I kind of want to just let her speak for herself. But it doesn't, but you were shockingly close.
Okay.
Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldessian.
Called it! Did I not call it? Did I not say this is exactly where it would be going?
Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
I shall, Archon. Thank you.
Meanwhile, in the Hall of Darkness... The Lord of Leven is returned to the ether as was Leviathan before him. Also, why is this not voiced? Ramuh's acquiescence was most intriguing. Inferno, Vortex, Crag, Wall, and Leven all have now been humbled by the Bringer of Light. The limitless potential of man, Heidel's servant, grows mightier by the day. Yet he prospers at great cost to his mistress, whose strength is all too finite. 7 times have the masses survived the rejoining, but their souls are grown weak and wan. Yet even as it enervates, the ardour empowers our master. All that remains is to nurture the strength of the gifted, to forge the final key. And that is the task to which we bend our every effort. Ah, La Habrea again. Divine seeds were ever wont to quicken in Eorzea's fertile soil. We only need men to the field, and by their eager hands shall a new deity arise. That which was shattered shall be made anew, and the one true God shall come again, and then everyone will die, and that'll be the end of it. So I don't know what the great plan there is. Right. Well then, let's see what Minfidia has to inquire, or is going to send us to inquire about the students of Baldesion. After this non-commercial break. Right. You know, if this plot doesn't become slightly less predictable, The entire premise for this series is going to be put in jeopardy. This whole show is called I've Never Before Played. I am not supposed to know exactly what's going to happen all the time.
That's mostly just because A Realm Reborn is shockingly repetitive. And I say that with as much sarcasm as I can physically get.
Don't worry, Mars. It's a skill. It's a skill that becomes enhanced with time. You'll get there.
Yeah, you kind of have to be a jaded, narcissistic asshole. To
Yep.
really, convey that much sarcasm.
We'll get there in time.
You're gonna meet Hoary Boulder.
Now, the matter of Ramuh has, for the present, been put to rest. There is something I would show you, Sir Josh. At that point, she just whips her top off. Oh no, it's a letter. Of thanks, signed by the leaders of the Eorzan Alliance, acknowledging the Scion's tireless service to the realm. Gee. Awesome. That's what the Canny was going on about? Well, you've saved us so many times now. I really should think about doing something more productive myself. I know. I'll write them a letter saying how thankful I am. It's a wonder this continent still has so many problems that need solving. God, even my character is shockingly dismayed by this. It mentions in particular the names of all the defeated primals. Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Good King Mogulmog XII, Leviathan, and now Ramuh. Mm-hmm. How many are missing from that particular list? There are other primals than just that, right? Maz?
What was that?
I say there are other primals than this, yeah? It's not just these and Bahamut, is it?
No, there are others.
Right. Needless to say, there is only one among our number to have faced them all. Yeah.
Now, eventually it does kind of like, the tone behind primals kind of change. Right? Rather than being, oh my god, there's a primal, we need to stop everything, call the presses, it kind of just becomes, oh, a primal, let me just kick your teeth in and then get back to what I was doing.
Yeah, that seems to be the gist of what I'm doing anyway.
Well, there's still the...
But if everybody stops panicking about it...
Which is eventually what happens. They kind of just go, oh, hey, there's a primal. Oh, the warrior's like already on his way? Alright, talk to you later then.
Okay.
Which, in my opinion, for storytelling purposes, is so much better. Instead of just being like, hey, here's a distraction, it's kind of just like, oh, hey, here's something to break, we're throwing this in front of you to try and slow you down a little bit. And you kind of just go, what obstacle? And they kind of just go, oh shit, and then shit themselves.
Alright, fair enough. And though these words of gratitude were addressed to our order as a whole, I feel that they were meant for you above all others. Really? You think? I too must offer my heartfelt thanks for all that you have done. In the course of your duties, you have never once failed to answer my call to arms. Well, you know, in fairness, you have only seldom failed to pay me. You are a true hero, Sir Josh, and Eorzea is that much the safer for your presence. And as far as I can work out, Eorzea wouldn't exist anymore if not for my presence. Pray do not misunderstand me. I said safer, not safe. Well, I know, I was talking still in existence. You know? I'm sorry if that's not enough. I know only too well that we can ill afford to lower our guard. The Ascians may be relied upon to sow chaos in this realm until such time as they are forced to stop. Incidentally, you know how we were talking that other time about, you know, if they're going to keep summoning primals till the end of time, how about we just kill them all and be done with it? Miss Monfilia kind of brought up the whole, the Ascians are going to keep sowing chaos until we kill them all. Permanently. So, someone's down with the program. Why, even without their encouragement, you may be assured that man would foment strife on his own. Yeah, probably. That is to say nothing of the beast tribes. Unless we learn to live in harmony, the primals too will return to plague us again and 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 again. And again and again and again and again and again. Or, you know. Problem solved. And yet, despite all this, your deeds serve to inspire the people, to give them hope for a better tomorrow. And there is no greater gift. Apart from one that jingles in a nicely rounded bag. That we have the courage to strive for what might otherwise seem an impossible peace, we owe in no small part to the dangers you have faced on our behalf, and the people you have won over to our cause in so doing. Our list of enemies has ever been long, but think of all the allies with whom we are now blessed. Who? Of the Sylphs of Little Solace, who right, okay, who wish naught of conflict. Of Odyssey, who strives to unearth the terrible secrets of the Calamity. Who? And then there is Sid and the Fellowship of Noah, racing to unlock the mysteries of ancient Alag that we might be spared the horror of another Ultima weapon. Oh yeah, that. You should probably get them working on Omega then. Of course, when speaking of our greatest allies, we must not forget those closest to us, by which I mean our fellow scions. Ah, yes, those time-wasting bastards. Thanks to their many and varied talents, our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption of the Ascians, and combat it we shall. Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming, Antecedent. Given our embarrassing wealth of allies, I trust it will not inconvenience you unduly if I absent myself for a time. Let me guess, that's Alphinaud. Pardon me. I'm going to get belched after drinking Infinity Coke.
Infinity Coke?
That's a brand name, Infinicoke. Alphinaud! I take it the troubles in Ul'dah no longer require your attention? Did you get over your boo-boo?
Yeah!
There are yet some rumblings of discontent. Again, you weren't... I don't think you were here for this part, but, you know, I surmise that he wasn't actually injured or attacked or anything. It's just, you know, he forgot that he was 15-year-old. Little tiny scrap of nothing, and thought he could walk up to an angry mob and just kind of nose point his way through it, and basically just got shoved over by someone with a sign who didn't even see him.
I used to imagine my personal headcanon was that, like, he had to go take a nap. His mom came along and told him he had to go have nap time.
Yeah, I have been wondering where this Not Thing's parents might be at.
Officially where he actually was was that he was dealing with the Bahamut raids.
Right.
That's where he actually was.
Okay.
But you know, he like normally he would be like, if you did this cutscene after doing the Bahamut raids, he'd walk in and be like, I appreciate your help with the Bahamut raids. Me and my sister were just wrapping some stuff up with that. But now he's gonna be like, he's gonna say something else.
Oh yes, I recall. That was a thing that we never really got to.
Yeah, because you wanted to do other shit.
Boy,
You wanted to do other shit.
I did the Crystal Spire,
You still wanted to do other shit.
which is the main story. I mean, is there a point to doing the Bahamut raids?
Mostly context. You don't have to do it. It's mostly context.
I think I'm good with all the context. I am sufficiently versed in context. Which basically sums down to everyone's a moron. There are yet some rumblings of discontent, and you know, it's surprising how many situations in which that general understanding applies. So, you know, it's very much a working theory. There are yet some rumblings of discontent, but the air of simmering violence is largely dissipated. 'Tis to report such that I stand before you now. And to speak with you concerning the new organization we discussed. Oh yes, he got uppity about the fact that Minfidia keeps calling everybody back here to tell them to go somewhere else every 5 seconds. I have a message, and also that we appear to be dealing with absolutely everything on the continent at the same time. And when I say we, I mean me. And somehow he is the one to take offense to this. I say, no, we need a better system of organization. I have a message for you from LA. Ah, the kid. Ahem, you recall the refugee girl? Yes. The one whose parents are missing? Yes. They were found unharmed. Oh, good. She wished me to pass on her thanks to you. Well, that's great. Why, Alphinaud, am I to understand that you made the effort to remember the poor girl's name? See, it says a lot that even Minfidia is surprised by this. I look forward to reading all about her in your report. You will take time to write down a report of everything you did, instead of just telling it to me now. You know, they're fun. I do hope you left nothing out. Strange interplay. So, Josh, you have been away from Revenant's Toll for some time now, I believe. I don't know, like maybe an hour? Might I suggest that you put the affairs of the realm to one side for the moment and take this opportunity to reacquaint yourself with the town? I'm fairly well acquainted with it. I mean, to be honest, there's not a lot there. Which reminds me, one of the Doman children recently inquired as to your whereabouts. Yozen was his name. Ah, Yozen, son of Yezen. I believe he has some small matter he wishes to share with you. Why not oblige him with a visit? So in other words, hey, you've been off saving the world a lot recently. How about you go play with some of the local children? Okay. Hey, kid. Look, it's Mr. Sir Josh. He's back from his adventures. We heard you were off fighting Primals, and that they're some of the strongest enemies you could ever face. I wish I could have seen you in battle. It's fine. Well, to be fair, there are generally some interesting effects. Anyway, we all want to be heroes too, so we finally formed our very own Doman Adventurers Guild to protect all the Domans. Possibly stand to be a bit more wide-reaching than that, but okay. Oh, do you think you could train us today, Mr. Sir Josh? Maybe you could show us how you fought the Primals. Probably not, kid. What's all this commotion then? Who are these guys? Mr. Boulder and Mr. Coultenay. Did you know that Mr. Sir Josh is back? Yeah. So it would seem. Welcome home, Sir Josh. My companion and I but recently became full members of the Sounds, and I believe proper introductions have yet to be made. Probably not, Hoary Boulder. Oh, so this is Hoary Boulder. I am known as Hoary Boulder, and this bookish fellow is Coultenay. Though we remain largely unproven as adventurers, we have taken it upon ourselves to instruct the Doman younglings in the arts of combat. So basically, although we don't know jack about this fighting larky, we've taken it upon ourselves to teach the kids how to do it right. Sure thing. This sounds like a great plan. I told you, Mr. Boulder, we are not younglings anymore. We are adventurers. Yes, youngling adventurers. It's a thing. And we were just asking Mr. Sir Josh if he could give us some special training. I think we're ready to hunt monsters alongside him, don't you? No, you are not. Well, actually, it depends on the monster, but probably not. Well, you've certainly...
like a small kitten, they might be able to.
Well, I was thinking back to some of the monsters I started out on, which is what they were, so... Beware of the tortoises. I'm afraid the fiends of Mordona are still ever so slightly too dangerous for you. Yeah, I mean, if you're level 1, you can't really do much against level 45 enemies. Very simple. You'll have to go all the way back to Ul'dah. Or Limsa. I'd recommend going to Limsa. Yep, less sand up your ass. I have a counter-proposal. What if I were to cross swords with Sir Josh? A demonstration of skill at arms, if you will. Hoary, if I didn't know you better, and I do, I'd say you were merely seeking to test yourself against a legend. Ah, well, mayhaps I am, but what matters the motive when the children stand to learn so much from the lesson? Oakley dokley. What say you, Sir Josh? Would you consent to spar with me? Sure thing, Mr. Boulder. Hurrah, we're to have a tournament. Well, no, it's not a tournament, it's a one-on-one. Pretty much the opposite of a tournament. Do try not to disappoint them, Have faith, Coultenay. I shall summon every last ounce of my strength to make of this a worthy contest. Right. The fields to the east of town should prove suitable for our purpose. I very much look forward to our bout. Okie dokie. Have a show match for the education of the children. Mount my burb. "'Twas good of you to agree to this, Sir Josh. I trust you are ready to begin." It's an instance type thing. God damn it. Only allowed to share character information on a profile of your own design. Cannot be viewed by other players because you have not created it yet. Uh-huh.
You clicked on the wrong thing. It's
Absolutely.
basically
I
like
have
a
no
character
idea
card
how I got
where
here.
people can, this is your adventure portrait. Essentially what this is like when people look up your profile, this is what they'll see.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
I've seen it a
when
few
you're gonna be-
times. When like
Yeah, when you're gonna be so there's class portraits, and then there's your adventure portrait. Your adventure portrait is separate from your class portrait, right? Class portrait is like usually what standard gear you wear. You know, for instance, if you have like some generic clothing or whatever that you prefer, that's what most people will usually do with their adventure portrait. You can also set like what hours you're usually going to be on. You know, are you going to be on? How often during the weekdays are you going to be on? How often on the weekends are you going to be on?
Oh, I see.
You do get more like backgrounds and presets and stuff like that by playing the story. This is actually a fairly recent thing, so they came out with this with this expansion.
Can I just move the... No. I can move it. No, we'll go with annoyed. Yeah, that'll do. Save. Annoyed and fuming.
When you're just grumpy.
Sure. You know, the idea behind, big Japanese tattoos?
Yeah.
Ones that really full body and tend to have like images of tigers or dragons or carps involved.
Yeah.
Well, the general idea behind them is that the tiger or the dragon or the carp represents like a certain personality element that you don't have. So that if it's tattooed onto you, it's a way of trying to add that part of you that's missing. You know? And in that spirit, I'm going to choose my title as Of the Silver Lining.
Ah, so you'll be optimistic.
I will be Sir Josh Teffer of the Silver Lining. In the hope that, I might find one.
Well, the silver lining is you get to hang out with me. We haven't hung out in a while.
Well, this is true. Play style, selection, making guild. Performance mode.
These are kind of just like certain tags that you like, what you usually get up to in your free time.
Yeah.
So, generally speaking, it sounds like what you usually like to get up to is making gil and doing them in story at the moment. And crafting.
And of course, I am tremendously glamorous, so we'll put that one in as well. I also say I like crafting, so we'll put that in. And I'm a new adventurer. There we go. 'Tis me. Ah, active hours. Since this is always going to put my local time for some reason, I'm active 1, 3 to 6 AM on the weekdays, and not so much on the weekends. So there we go. Visible to everyone. Confirm.
So now whenever anyone looks you up to as a friend or just wants to like view your get like a little extra information about you, they can just sneak them in off of that quick little character portrait.
Yeah, it's like the guild card from Monster Hunter World.
Yep. Literally the exact same concept.
Right. Yeah.
Later on, what's kind of a little funny is that, so I meant to mention this earlier with the Ramuh fight. Ramuh has an additional mechanic, which is essentially so when he terrors you, he can also, like, he also will, do what's called seduce, which is just to get your character to move towards him. And a bit of we had what essentially spawned this joke is that a friend of mine had found this image of Gandalf with massive tits, right? I don't know why it was there. It was just an image that he'd found, and he just shared it, and I was like, oh, okay. And we were playing Final Fantasy at the time that he shared it with me. And I got hit with the seduce move from Ramuh. I was like, wait. So if Gandalf can have massive knockers, and Ramuh has a seduce mechanic, does that mean Ramuh has like ginormous knockers, and that's why he needs the big beard? And like, what causes you to get seduced is you just happen to get a glance at them.
Moving on from that. Very well, very well. Let us not keep the younglings waiting any longer. Indeed. Pay attention, younglings. This particular lesson is entitled Filleting of a Moron. Hori, are you certain you wish to fight him alone? That is Sir Josh you face. What better way to test my mettle? Pray allow me to attempt the first round unaided. After all, 'twas this hero's legend that led me to join the Psalms to begin with. Without Sir Josh to inspire my efforts, I would not be half the warrior I am today. Ah, I'm a role model.
Oh yeah, Hori Boulder.
Your point is well made. He's a fan.
Yeah, very much so.
Your point is well made, but remember, this is for the children's sake as well as your own. Should it appear the contest will end too swiftly, I shall add my spells to your blade work. Hello, you haven't begun yet, have you? Who's this now? Oh. Yida? What? Who are all these people? Well, it's just Thancred. I mean, Thancred is many things, but a group is not exactly one of them. When I heard about your sparring match, I told everyone I could find. Thought you could use a crowd to cheer you on. What crowd? It's just Thancred. Yes, and there are still more to come. Okay. When I mentioned Sir Josh's name, the reaction was quite enthusiastic. Why, my own popularity seems but a sickly shade in comparison. I mean, to be fair, you're trying to be discreet, so that's probably a good thing? Mr. Floozy? You'd best claim victory, Bringer of Light. Your burgeoning reputation is at stake. Well, our teacher won't be beaten so easily. He's a master swordsman. This is true. Oh. You can win, Mr. Boulder. No, I can't. We shall soon see. On your guard. Heh. Right. Well, that was quick. Master Poe won't lose, but he did. Apparently we're going to the 50 HP mark. Oh, there is suddenly something of a crowd, huh? It is time I joined the fray. On your feet, Hori. Oh, starting again, eh? Horrible, feel free to expire at any time. Thank you. Just randomly not taking damage from attacks. Well, ass is thoroughly whooped. You gasp, have best set me huff. I yield. Gasp. That was incredible. He beat them both at the same time. In seconds. We knew you couldn't lose, Sir Josh. None can defeat the Guardian of Eorzea. Well, you better hope not. Seriously, if I die at this point, you're fucked. Now I see why they send you to deal with the Primals. I have much work to do if I am ever to attempt the same. Tell me about it. The level of the rest of you is shockingly abysmal in comparison. Impressive as always, Sir Josh. 'Tis ever a pleasure to witness the spectacle of your martial prowess. And judging by the smiles on these many faces, they too appreciate the hard-won strength that keeps the perils of the realm at bay. You know what? It is hard-won. It is hard-won strength. Guardian of Eorzea. Yes, that is a most fitting title. It is, yes. Do you recall when first we met? 'Twas on a caravan. You didn't say much. 'Twas at the memorial service for the Battle of Carteneau. Ah, what little you remember, boy. But yes, also that. and then again at the other one, and again at the one after that. At the time I was yet attempting to understand this land of Eorzea, I sought to grasp the reason my grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. Oh, you've figured out a few things since then, have you? I shall speak plainly, my initial impressions were less than favourable. As were mine, kid. As mentioned, I'm here to get paid. Self-sacrifice does not enter into it. Dire problems abounded, still do, and yet the effort I saw expended towards their solution was haphazard and half-hearted. Still is. I thought Eorzeans a foolish and childish people. Still are. Considering the shambles their home was in, I would not have been surprised if some had chosen to swear allegiance to Gaius and the order he proposed to enforce. Yeah. The legate's single-minded military invasion precluded any such switching of loyalties, of course. Were it not for a desire to continue grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned the realm to its fate long ago. The threats were too many, the nations too self-involved and unstable. Would that it were, and you darkened my shadow no longer. 'Twas you who convinced me the salvation of Eorzea was possible. Bugger. 'Twas you who taught me, through countless acts of bravery, that what my grandsire sought to preserve was not the land, nor its history, nor any single nation. 'Twas the money? It was the people. Oh.
Called it.
Well, you need to have people to carry the money, I suppose. These wonderful, oft infuriating, stubborn people that suffer blow after terrible blow only to drag themselves back to their feet to face another terrible blow. Though he never put such feelings into words, I believe grandfather's admiration for this inextinguishable courage grew into a fervent wish. A wish to aid Eorzea and its inhabitants in charting a course for the future. A wish that has now become my own. Good for you, Alphinaud. You get to reign supreme as the man with a plan. One day, when your balls drop. I too will endeavour to take up the mantle of guardian of Eorzea and champion these people who toil towards a better world. Well, you know what? For enough money, the title's yours. Our course, however, is not a simple one. The troubles that plague us are of a scale that cannot be solved by the science of the Seventh Dawn alone. I mean, that's what troubles you're talking about. Given I'm the one solving all the troubles of the science of the Seventh Dawn, what troubles are you referring to? No, what is needed to tackle the root of the primal threat and effectively counter the schemes of the Ascian is a new, expanded organization that operates beyond the limitations of nations and borders. That's us. That's what we do. If you would aid me in building such an organization, then pray let us continue this discussion back within the walls of the Rising Stones. It's what we are! It's literally what we are! Oh. This kid, he's doing what all kids do, is say, hey, what we have at the moment is not fixing all of the problems. So what we need to do is start again from scratch, doing the exact same thing, but properly this time. Whilst the thing that we were just doing continues doing its thing. All young people do. What we need in order to fix the problems of today is to do the exact same thing, but new. Not to mention, we've just got this new place set up. And why have we got this new place set up in this exact location? It's to be, an organization that operates without concern for borders or nation-states. Obviously, what we need to solve the problems that we are unable to solve as an organization that exists and operates without concern for nations or border states or borders is an organization that operates without concern for nations or borders. But new and minty fresh. Thank you for coming, Sir Josh. The world shifts and alters, and we, my friend, must ever be one to step ahead of the chaos. What I propose is the formation of a new organization, a group that shall pave the way for a truly united Eorzea. We shall call it the Science of the Brighter Seventh Dawn. Alphinaud, alright. Pray forgive me if I tread over old ground, but I would first speak of the grand plan. My dude, if I had to start forgiving you for treading over old ground, I'd never stop. But I would first speak of the grand plan. Since the advent of the 7th Astral Era, the leaders of the three nations have been deliberating over an accord that seeks to bring the disparate forces of Eorzea together into a single entity. Yes. A realm-wide grand company, if you will. The military might of such an institution would be drawn from every corner of the land and directed against threats that no single nation could hope to overcome alone. Or you could just stop pretending like there's actually really all that much of a difference between your different nations, instead of you just being three sort of axes of a singular nation, i.e. the nation of mankind. Yet, while the purpose of this hypothetical organization is undisputed, the logistics of its formation have become the source of endless debate. Yeah. And the longer these discussions continue, the more I sense the impetus towards unification draining away. Thus have I been campaigning for the creation of what might be considered a trial company. It will be on a much smaller scale than we hope to eventually achieve, but capable of the same manner of unrestricted operation accorded to the Scions. It is my hope that the successful utilization of such a force will lend momentum to the lagging deliberations. Also, being a primarily military outfit, I mean to assuage fears of its misuse by placing the fledgling organization under the authority of the antecedent. So, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn Army. The Scions work tirelessly to protect Eorzea and its people. But as you yourself have witnessed with the refugee revolt, there are limitations to what even we can achieve. I.e., I can't be everywhere at the same time.
Essentially, pretty much.
And it would be great if I had some sort of military authority to get the obvious shit done. Like, those brass plates, can you fucking fire them already? They do nothing but cause more problems than they solve. With this new company under the Scions' command, however, we will be capable of responding to a wider range of difficulties without straining our resources or overtaxing your formidable talents. Sure. The goals of my proposed organization and those of the Scions are ultimately identical, a point conceded by all concerned. But before I can move forward with establishing this precursor to the true border-spanning Grand Company, it is yet necessary that I visit the three leaders and gain their official approval. A tiresome and time-consuming task, which is why I would ask that you do it! Oh, accompany me on the journey, and attend to the business of recruiting our inaugural members while I am otherwise engaged with bureaucratic formalities. So, yeah. Thank you. 'Tis reassuring indeed to know that the Bringer of Light and his discerning eye will be selecting our future allies. Our first destination will be Limson Minster. Let us rendezvous at Bulwark Hall. Well, hey, at least I have sway as a lieutenant there. So, why did we have to come into the Solo to have that particular discussion? There you are. I am ready to ascend to the bridge and speak with Admiral Bluthswin. While the Admiral and I are finalizing permissiry boundaries and signing parchments, I would have you begin the recruitment process in earnest. Okay. I have, of course, endeavored to spread the word of our organization through various channels, but I believe a personal approach will reach many who may otherwise remain ignorant of the opportunity. As for potential members, 'tis of no matter should they already be pledged to another institution. It probably should be. Only that they are willing to lend their strength when the situation demands it, and you needn't range into the countryside. The upper decks alone are populated with sufficient candidates to suit our purpose. Once you are satisfied with your recruiting efforts, meet me at the airship ticket counter that we might prepare for the next leg of our journey. Right, so in other words, I'm to wander around the place saying, "Hey! The savior of the known world is recruiting for a personal army. Who wants in?" Oh, God, they're all over the place. Just teleported here. But then I didn't know where I was going, did I? So here, inside the Fisherman's Guild, I sense the presence of nobody. They seem to be standing right on top of Sisyphus. Is it you? Nope. What the... God damn it! Where the... What? Alright, evidently this is a reasonably nice looking spot. I've never been here before. Yo! Well, if it ain't Sir Josh, I'd not forget a venturer brave enough or daft enough to seek the shortcut into Titan's bedchamber. Who? Are you some guy from the Company of Heroes or something? You remember Oriole, don't you? Formerly the Company of Heroes? No, not really. 3 whistles at Bronze Lake. No. I ain't often a dragging me arse out to Limsa for a drink, but I'm glad I did. How fare you these days? Recruiting for a personal army. You're looking to put together a new crew, top-tier work? Ha, sounds like it. Right like it does. All righty, lad, count me in. The heroes may have gone their separate ways, but I ain't ready to climb into me grave just yet. Fair enough. My loins throb like Delamode. You should probably get someone to check that out, mate. Nanza, the Guildmaster? What? A precursor to a united Eorzean Grand Company? While I do admire the scope of your ambition, my responsibilities here at Nuldic and Vermelis keep me close to the forge. I thought they might. Guildmaster of the Armourers Guild. I have not the time to be traipsing hither and yon across the realm. Should you require my skills as an armourer, however, I might be willing to accept some special commissions. Cool. The Armourer of the the Guildmaster of the Armourers Guild is now my personal army's private armourer. Words are failing me. Do you know what? I know why words are failing me. It's because I need to go on yet another non-commercial break. I really need to pee. God damn this Infinicock. Why must it cost me such? Right. Let us resume. What the hell is this place? Rosman! Do I know you? Who in the bloody hell do you think you're talking to, Drylander? I'm a pirate, not some sort of knight in shining plate. If you're looking for a self-righteous fop, try knocking on that dandy Carvalin's door. Yeah, shame. So this is just a bar, then. Okay. Carvalin? I'm assuming that would be more. I'd know who these people were if I'd done any of the story around here. Oh, no, this way. God, and then I'm going to have to run all over Gridania and then run all over Ul'dah. Ah, Carvalin. An organization with the freedom to operate with territorial impunity, I must say your proposal intrigues me. But the Krakens well know that there is a time to act and a time to watch, and I'm afraid this trial company of yours falls into the latter category. He's useless. Guns. Could this be the Armorers Guild? No, not the Armorers Guild.
No.
The Blacksmiths Guild. No? No, this is the something else guild. This is the...
That's
It's some kind of
that's
guild.
the Marauders Guild and home of the Yellow Jackets.
Ah! What is a Marauder?
Warrior.
Ah. Right up, Master Alphinaud's new organization? Yes, I had heard the formation of his trial company was in the offing. It is with regret, however, that I must decline your invitation. As commander of the Yellow Jackets, the protection of limbs and limits must needs receive my full attention. So why am I talking to this? Obviously, a commander of the local police is going to be a little busy. Speak with Alphinaud at the airship landing. Where's the crystal? Aha, I thought there would be one, and there was. So many people. Yes, we have 2 on board. A veritable army. So yes, recruiting went well. Yeah, sure. A member of the legendary company of heroes indicated his interest. Astonishing. I knew enlisting your aid was the right choice. I too was successful in my task. The Admiral consented to sign. Grand. Let's go and carry on doing this even more. No, what? Alright. It's the Conjurer's Guild. Orders for the Elder Siege here is due to commence momentarily. Cool, yes, I will go and run all over this place. Oh gods, can it truly be you? By what fickle fortune must the first face I see upon my release be yours? Who's this? Laurentius. Laurentius? Oh, you're the traitor, aren't you? Could it be that you don't remember me? It took me a minute. It's I, Laurentius, the man whose crimes you exposed. I was a whaler and a regular patron at the Scrums. I mean, I do remember, but I'm going to say, who? Laurentius. I was selling maps and supplies to the Guardians before you and those red-bellied poachers mopped the forest floor with my erstwhile employers. Here now, just how many criminals have you dealt with that my ignominious tales ignites not the slightest flicker of recognition? For the lesser of my past, the better, I suppose. What of you, adventurer? What brings you to this part of Ul'dahnian? Recruiting, eh? And what is your policy in reformed convicts? As matters stand, the wood whalers will have naught more to do with me. This may be just the second chance I was looking for. Ramuh's told you, say I shall leave at once. You should not regret this. Honestly, I was fairly confident that they were going to hang him, because that's what you do with traitors. So... cool. Ariane. Grandfather, you must call it a day. Let us return to the guild and rest ere your tormented back gives up on you for good. I'm terribly sorry, but oh, Sir Josh, isn't it? It has been some time since our paths crossed outside of Copperbell Mines. They did? Why, you were barely more than a novice adventurer then, but look how far you've come. Mother Mune tells me 'twas you who felled the fearsome black wolf.
Other name for Garland.
Oh.
Yeah, the guy that went piss mode in the big mech.
Yeah.
At the Cashman place.
Oh,
Yeah,
I remember him. I just don't remember her at all. And now you seek stout-hearted souls to fill the ranks of a new order? Well, your cause is undoubtedly just, and my old companion here would be much relieved to see me in good hands. Yes, I'll do it. This is the very thing I've spent my entire adventuring career working towards. I shall join your company just as soon as I've seen Isildur safely home. Sprint. I've gone the right way. No, I ran past. That was closer. God damn it. Listen to I remember you. You're the butler of that lady who had God knows how many hundreds of women's faces ripped off and chose to say nothing about it. You would offer this old man a place in your company of champions? I am both puzzled and honored by your invitation. I imagine you would be. I'm puzzled by it myself. Pray forgive me, young master, but I cannot accept. I have sworn to abide here for whatever scant years remain to me, and bear responsibility for the evils my lady has wrought upon this land. What, you're just going to live on the bench? It's a weird type of penance, but yes, I agree, you should be performing some kind of penance. If anything, I should have recruited that guy and forced him to carry heavy shit or something. Kinglad. This also someone I'm supposed to know? It is not often a guild officer such as myself gets recruited. This company of yours certainly sounds to have some promise, but its duties appear less than focused. I must refuse your invitation until such time as your organization is more organized. Makes sense. To the airship landing again. What news? A former woodwaler and a seasoned adventurer. That company will not lack for variety, that much is certain. Yes, come on, next place, let's go. To the hustings. And then that way. Ul'dah, the gilded city where one's fortune defines one's worth. I hope some manner of fortune is with us, and that this final leg proves as successful as the previous two, where we managed to recruit 2 people in each city. Might I suggest descending to the lower level before beginning your recruitment efforts? I do not think the Sultana will take kindness to us poaching from her personal guard. I don't know. We'll meet back here at the promenade when our respective... Yes, fine. To the steps of Thal, then. Fine. To the plaza. Might as well start this crap in the middle. Wait, the steps of Thal. This is the steps of Nald, so not here. God damn it. Oh, there's one. Sint Goat. A company that looks to cure the ills of the realm entire. Listen, friend, I can scarce bear the complaints of the next door over, let alone the conundrums of a neighboring nation. Yeah. And then we'll go there and go that one there. Landavert. Why does that name seem familiar? I'd be surprised what rumors drift down to Pearl Lane. I know this glorious new company of yours and just how far I go to avoid getting involved with it. Whispers on the streets say your organization is funded by corrupt coin, by syndicate money. If you think you're recruiting for a just cause, then you're a bigger fool than I took you for. Sure, be more of a useless dick about everything. Oh, I'm sorry, you wish to recruit me? Is this some new-fashioned manner of propositioning a lady? Oh, I'm afraid you are wasting your time. This lady's already spoken for. Good day to you, sir. Well, that's 3 of 5. So the other 2 should be the people who aren't completely worthless. This way first. And then teleport to the Gladiators Guild. Oh, what a happy coincidence. Do you remember me, perchance? I'm Orson of the Church of Saint Adama Landama. Thank you again for your timely rescue. Sure. And I must also thank you for preventing that fraudulent priest from preying on tribones less fortunate. A most upsetting business. Are you here with your companion Thancred, wasn't it? No. Ah, 'tis new companions you seek then. Your proposed organization sounds a powerful force for good, but my place is at the church with the children. Nevertheless, I wish you well. Right. Cool. Let me guess. Next I'm going to try and recruit the Guild Master of the Gladiators Guild.
Well, the guy from earlier, like... Are you saying that because you were talking to the one guy in Limsa?
Kind of. Hang on. Wilred.
He's not the Guildmaster of the Marauders.
No,
That's
that was yes, the guy with Guildmaster written over his head. No, he was the leader of the Yellow Jackets.
Yes.
Which, you know, same deal. Wait, you're the man who came to Little Alamigo looking for that masked devil. Yeah, who are you? Who knows what might have happened if you hadn't? I'd probably be dead and a whole lot more of my friends besides. Oh, you're one of those young dickheads. Any roll, that disaster really got me to thinking about our homeland and about the outsider who saved us from ourselves. I realized how easily I'd been manipulated and vowed to make of myself a more worldly man, so here I am, practicing how to kill people. Fair enough. A new company of champions, and you say it will take me to all corners of the realm? Yes. That sounds exactly like the kind of opportunity I need. Yeah. And don't worry, I'm not the same stripling you met in Little Alamega. I'll be the judge of that. I prepared myself to fight the evil I now know is out there. Alright, we just need to work on every single other kind of evil then. Which is all of them. Quality recruits left and right. Back to the place. How fared you, Sir Josh? What hidden gems did the streets of Ul'dah offer up to your unrelenting gaze? One dude. A single Alamegan youth. Well, you certainly give us an admirable start. Yes. In these troubled years following the calamity, talk of Eorzea's salvation must seem akin to grasping at clouds. We've just travelled the entire continent talking to the leaders of the three great nations to arrange permission to walk around with essentially 5 guys.
Think of it more like this. We have essentially gotten permission to formulate our own army.
Yeah.
And they won't treat that as a whole or as a threat to their power.
I mean, the places we could go with those 5 guys.
Well, at the moment it's only 5 guys, but like, you know, that could very well quickly change.
We might get up to 7 one day.
Or even 8.
See, you're not really kidding. We're going to get up to 8 guys. There's going to be 8 regular members, aren't there?
No, there's going to be a lot more than that.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't want to spoil it when you asked, so.
But there are those who have risen to the challenge.
I wanted to play into the sarcasm, and then you asked, so I said, fuck it.
There are those, I mean, you know, it really could have been just 8 guys. We really could have gotten the world leaders to sign off on the organizing of 8 dudes. There are those who have risen to the challenge nonetheless, and the hope that inspires these people was born in no small part from the victories you yourself have won.
You know what's funny?
What?
They have later on, once you complete expansions, you unlock what are called remembrance quests, which are essentially just tying up some minor loose ends. Talking with certain NPCs, making sure that like characters that you've met, like essentially what their endings are, right? It's just a minor tying up of loose ends. And one of the interactions you have is with Merlwyb, and she flat out goes, "When you came to us with the idea of the Crystal Braves and that small handful you started off with, I honestly thought that the plan would die there and then. But lo and behold, it eventually became what it did."
Oh. Okay. To be fair, I'm not the one coming up with this. There's all this little shit's plan. Thank you, Sir Josh. I will not squander the precious gift you have placed into my keeping. These recruits will become the foundation of a new beginning. Could we not just have recruited them into the Zions? Like those other adventurers that showed up. They're going to be doing the exact same shit. And yes, we are free to begin. As you have no doubt surmised, the Sultana also graced my trial company with her blessings. Cool. Our first wave of recruitment is over, the documents signed, the finances secure. There is naught to prevent me from taking the next step. You are concerned by the Syndicate's involvement? As was I. Thus was the origin of every coin of their contribution carefully scrutinized and recorded. This organization will not be built on corruption. Naturally, I would prefer not to rely upon outside sources at all, but even my family's substantial coffers could not sustain a venture of this magnitude. Oh, yeah, you wouldn't want to feed 5 guys. As for the rumours and doubts surrounding this enterprise, well, such things shall plague us until the company has had a chance to prove its worth. Yeah. It will not be an easy process, but we will earn people's trust one success at a time. Basically, I will continue doing everything, and some people will get it into their heads that they can help. Speaking of time, we shall waste no more of it. Oh, good one. Let us return to the Rising Stones and lay the first stone for United Eorzea. The first stone, yeah. What? I don't have to do it manually? Truly. Miracles and the promise of a brighter day are upon us.
Tell me, General, what think you of Alphinaud's bold endeavor?
I think it is more than bold, Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Eorzea. Well do I understand his impatience, since facing the common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together. Considering the many problems we face, should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative?
We have all pledged our cooperation, yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Ul'dah is not alone in her duplicity. I myself have doubts as to the good this organization will achieve. With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the 3 grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? Even under the watchful gaze of the Scions, it is not unthinkable that such a force could perpetrate a great wrong. Does it not concern you that a significant proportion of its financial backing came from the coffers of the Syndicate? That those unprincipled worms might forge this extraordinary gathering of warriors into a private army?
It is a private army. This is my private army.
I have trust in the Scions, Your Grace. They have spared us no end of trouble at the hands of the Primals. If they seek reinforcements, I deem it unwise to deny them.
Yeah. Or the next summer Primal shows up, I might be on holiday.
As for their finances, full
Or
many
just really
gave
not want to get out of bed.
So, yeah,
And
well,
though
same
our
thing.
nobles proffered a sizable sum, their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lolorito and his cronies.
What, you thought I had the cash to travel when I go on holiday? No. My holidays begin where they end.
Ah, the dumpster. Got it.
Yeah, I know sarcasm comes in time. Let's maybe leave it a little bit more time before we really start wading into that. I meant my bed. My holiday starts on one side of the bed, moves to the middle as things get interesting, and then ends on the other side. So yeah, if their entire world ends because they were too corrupt to send out a few stand-ins, as I rolled over, well, that's their problem, frankly. As their finances, many gave forth generously. Our nobles profited a sizable sum. Their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lolorito and his cronies.
And what of the presence of our stalwart adventurer friend in this endeavor? I doubt the warrior of light would betray our cause.
Yes, there is that, I suppose. Yet I have known people to change. Whether we will or no, the events of the age hurl us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sands. Cannot be done about Telechi?
A lot can be done about Telechi. One very simple thing can be done about Telechi. But you won't go for that, will you?
I have explored all avenues available to us, Your Grace. But as Ul'dahn law now stands, we lack the evidence to convict him of any crime. To arrest him on spurious grounds would only play into his hands.
He has all but committed treason, and yet we can do nothing?
Yeah, you got some shit laws. Also, because of his tunic, I noticed.
What worth the royal house? How deplorable this mockery of justice!
Yeah, no, your entire system of government is absolutely fucking useless. You're just now noticing. Well, I say, because of Rabon's, the fact he's wearing a tunic, when he's constantly kneeling like that, you just see his boxers. It's just a straight line. Dude, either get a longer skirt or stop kneeling like that. Oh, she's sad. Oh, that small sad thing get hugged.
Have faith, Your Grace. It is not over.
Well, that was very cute.
Yeah.
Wait, why am I still here? What the f... That motherfucker just left without me. Oh, hey there, you little shit. Thanks for saving me a spot on the airship. That is not a journey I soon wish to repeat. But I cannot pause to rest. The culmination of all our effort is at hand. I must see to the preparations for the inaugural ceremony. Thank you for allowing me to monopolize your services, Sir Josh. I am certain the antecedent will be relieved to see you free for other duties. I'm certain she will, given I can guarantee that nothing will have happened during my absence. Well, one of the truly heartrending things is I'm still doing all of these things, and I literally can't be paid anymore. The pain of it. Greetings, Sir Josh. Alphinaud tells me all is in place to begin his trial company. The Scions shall certainly be grateful to have the support of such an organization. The inaugural ceremony is set to take place here at the Rising Stones. Tataru is cooperating with Alphinaud to see that all is in readiness, so I'm afraid the recruits themselves have been left to their own devices for the time being. Quite a number of new faces have arrived in Revenant's Toll of late, and I wonder if Slaffborn might not find himself overwhelmed. Would you speak with him and see if there is aught he requires? Cool. Be back to doing favors for Slaffborn. My dude, I have to insist that you leave your giant mech at the door. Slaffborn! You bone-idle son of a bitch. What can I do for you, Sir Josh? I thought you'd have your punch full helping out with this new arm of the Scions. Yeah, it turns out that includes talking to you somehow. I barely noticed your recruits arrived. It was barely a trickle compared to the flood of treasure hunters we have passed through here every day. You don't need any help. You're managing just fine. Well, I appreciate your offer of aid. 'Tis more your burden that concerns me. I'm told this trial company will answer directly to the antecedent, so I trust that means less work for you in the long run. I mean, who knows? If you can get a few thousand guys in, maybe, just maybe. I'll be able to have that weekend in bed, or weekday in bed, after all. Slaffborn, the shipment, we couldn't. Godswoman, what befell? Indeed. What up? We're bringing a shipment to Revenant's Toll. Provisions earmarked for the frontier effort. But just as we sought to cross over into Mordona, we were set upon by brigands. I believe they may have been heretics. There were many. Too many. We only escaped with our lives by abandoning the supplies. Pray forgive us. There is not to forgive. Provisions can be replaced, but smart soldiers are hard to find. Take your rest and I'll have someone along to tend to those wounds. I can do that. I have a Healy spell now. What to do? If heretics are involved, then this is like to be more than a case of simple thievery. Ishgard will need to be informed. Yes, heretics, those people who don't believe in whatever his name was. The right way. Whence did these supplies originate? House Fortemps. We collected the provisions from Camp Dragonhead proper. Understood. I shall see that they are apprised of this development. Sir Josh, were you not on good terms with the Knights of House Fortemps? Maybe. I will be sending them a missive immediately, of course, but I would also have you travel there and offer your considerable talents. Sure. Yes, I realize I contradict my earlier hopes to lighten your load, but I need someone who can help bring this incident to a satisfactory conclusion. Our favorable relations with Ishgard are far too important to risk half measures. Okay. Thank you for your understanding. I am certain Lord Horsefont will be glad of your assistance. Right, so we're going to there. Ah, Curthus. That place that I hadn't been to in a little while. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Bird on table. Nope. Bird on table. Horse fat. How you doing? Well, if it isn't my fine friend Sir Josh Turpin. Would you care for a plate of roast caracal? Some mulled wine? Mulled wine is disgusting, so no thank you. No, I see you have not come into my home merely to escape the biting cold. I was, in fact, on the verge of opening an urgent missive from Revenant's Toll, and I suspect the timing of your arrival is no coincidence. Yeah! Some dumbass heretics from your part of the world have stolen the shit you are sending us. Cinematics.
The incident with the New Frontier Hand?
My God, he speaks!
No, you need not elaborate. I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest. Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Curthus soil. Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House Fortom does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies, or her debts. 'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Toll. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed. Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day. This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But though I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her birth name. What we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones, and would gladly embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve. The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity. A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait?
Excuse me. A realm reborn.
Yes, my gastrically challenged friend.
Look,
So
I can't help
it
with
would seem.
my stomach ulcer, okay?
No, it's just you water. Ah, I see your
Belch. I'm aware of the timing, but I can't help my stomach ulcer, okay?
When you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait, dude, I'd already done this here before.
Hallone's blessings.
I'd just like to point out to you, the last time I went heretic hunting around here, it turns out they weren't heretics at all.
Not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons? It might be otherwise.
Right.
But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally. You have done much for my house in the past, and I have no doubt but that I shall have cause to celebrate your deeds again ere long.
Yeah, that's the way it be.
Should you learn aught of value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you.
Sure. I'd rather just, not have to report back every time I do anything. Be so much better if I could just, take my own obvious conclusions and then go act on them. But no! Right, so, heretics. Ah, this place again. Huh. Huh. Drillmont, you useless sack of crap. How's it been? So much they ought you would ask of me. Pray speak plainly. I'm a man of action, and need no honeyed words. On the trail of a band of thieving heretics, you say? By the Fury, but you do seem destined to cross paths with those villains. Again, last time there weren't any actual heretics.
Hey, Teppan.
Yes?
You want to know some good news?
Is it actually going to be good news, or is it going to be the prelude to something that might potentially one day become something almost sort of resembling good news?
Neither?
Okay.
More just a status update, I guess you could say.
Okay.
You are 35 quests away from being in Heavensward.
Right. So, like, a couple of weeks then?
I mean, with your playing schedule, yes.
Cool.
If you were able to and willing to actually put forth a full day in doing this, which I don't blame you for not doing, right? The only reason, again, I'm able to do it is because of the situation I'm in. You could probably get it done in like 2 days.
Right. Well, yeah, we'll see what happens as we continue moving forward like this for now. We'll see how long it takes. I must confess then to the sad truth that the wilds hereabouts have indeed grown thick with their number. They strike swiftly without warning and are canny enough to evade our most able trackers. But 'tis not merely their newfound organization that confounds us. The heretics themselves seem somehow changed. I know not what manner of influence this ice heart wields, but the men we face seem utterly lost in the grip of righteous fervour. 'Tis an unsettling and unnatural zeal. So, it's a primal, huh? Mayhaps you would care to question one of their recent victims. As fate would have it, your arrival came moments after a trader was waylaid on the road. A patrol found the unfortunate fellow lying senseless in the snow and carried him to our infirmary. Assuming he has regained the use of his faculties, the merchant might recall some small detail that could aid you in your task. Like that totally thralls to a primal, dude.
No, that comes later.
Iceheart isn't a primal?
No.
Huh. So they are, in fact, just really horny.
That's one way to look at it, I guess. That's how I would have taken it, but sure.
Hello, I'm seeking... There you go. A merchant. Tell you what happened? Why, yes, of course, I am quite recovered enough for that. Anything to help catch those cowardly blackhearts. I was traveling my usual route to Whitebrim Front when a sudden blow sent me reeling. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground, and several heretics were rifling through my cargo. Arms, armor, crystals, they were taking everything. It was then that one of them noticed my bleary gaze and stalked over to... What's that? What? A butterfly girl just rode in on a flower.
And that's the weirdest thing you've seen? You've literally seen me fly in on a hippo.
Yes, but you're Mars. It's the kind of thing you do.
Random spontaneity?
Well, involving hippos, yeah. Random, spontaneous hippos. This is very much your style.
Oh, for a second I thought you were implying that I just had like some fantasy or heavy interaction involving hippo.
Well, no, not hippos specifically,
that if
you know.
If it was going to be something random and spontaneous, it would be a hippo.
Yeah. Or a pachyderm.
What's a pachyderm?
An elephant.
I mean, I do have an elephant mount.
I know. You like to whip it out every now and then, ride around on it going, I have an elephant.
And stomping everything.
Yeah. I stalked over to better acquaint my head with his mace. Before darkness claimed me, however, I distinctly heard the words, return to Snowcloak. I dare say that is where they were holding my goods, but you'll not catch me rushing off in pursuit. They tell me it was a miracle I survived at all, and I'll not trust my thick skull to save me a second time. Good planning. Of course, some other people tend to take that as a good sign to go out and buy a helmet. You know, step 2 of the, hey, my skull is vulnerable to maces. Realization.
To be fair, a helmet is... Maces are one of the best weapons against helmets, to be fair.
Yes, it is, yeah.
Just because the helmet is made out of metal doesn't mean the soft squishy bits underneath aren't.
Yeah, I know, but padded helmet is still better than just skull.
True.
There's no crunches under the tread of heavy boots.
I actually don't know if they used to have their armor.
Oh yeah.
I figured they would eventually.
Hobershot. Yeah, you wear a layer of... Well, you know of the coif, yes?
Nope.
You know, basically like the leather helmet that you see people running around with in video games?
Oh, the really shitty leather helmet?
Yeah. Well, the padded coif is, generally speaking, what goes under the mail, which goes under the helmet. Why am I running in this direction? Because I'm going this way. I'm assuming what I have to do has something to do with those two guys over there. It does. Have I been here before?
Nope.
House Durandare Knight. Guard, draw your weapon, foul. Wait, I recognize you. You come seeking heretics. Then we share a common purpose. We're on patrol. We charged across one of their raiding parties and pursued them here. By rights, we should have them cornered in this ravine, and yet they're gone. Vanished like icy wraiths. Uh-huh. Up there, the top of the hill. I must engage in further conversation. You glimpsed a woman atop the cliff. Could it be Iceheart herself come to sneer at our folly? And to where did she disappear? The heretics must have discovered a passage through the frozen wall, some hidden tunnel that escaped our notice. We have not the men to risk further investigation. It would be best were we to return to Whitebrim Front and lay our suspicions before Lord Drillmont. You do that, and I will just... bollocks. Yes. Report back to Drillmont. And receive the suggestion to come back here and find the tunnel. And then find the tunnel and report back that I have found the tunnel. Receive advice to enter and explore the tunnel. Do so and report back that I have reached the end of the tunnel. Then receive the expert opinion that I should see what lies at the end of the tunnel. Report back that it is Lady Iceheart. And consult with Drillmont about then going off and actually doing the thing. Bloody Horensou.
So, for context, real quick.
Well, for context, this is exactly the kind of mentality that is the reason why the Japanese economy is totally stalled out. No one is ever allowed to take any initiative whatsoever. You do one very specific task, you go and you report back to your superior, who will then tell you what to do next. Every time, without exception. You don't just think to yourself, oh, that's the thing needs doing, I can do that, I will do the thing. No. No. You were saying?
That was random.
Well, not random. It's exactly the same atmosphere. You can't just, oh look, there's the lady up on top of the cliff. She's over there. You go, what? She was over there? You must report back to our superiors that you saw the lady over there. It's like, well, no, she's over there. I mean, I'm literally here chasing her. I'm here to find out who she is and what she's doing, and, and she's over there. I'm going to go over there. No, can't go over. No, report back to the superior. And then we'll go a little bit further and report back, and go a little bit further and report back. At no point should you ever be in a position where it's up to you to make a decision about what to do. Should never even cross your mind. And that is exactly the corporate culture in Japan. It's exactly what it's like.
Okay.
Unless you are the guy in charge of everything, you are not even supposed to have an opinion about things that happen.
That, and also the other reason why the Japanese economy is stalling.
Yeah, it is.
Because they treat their people to death, literally.
Well, yeah, there's that.
It's the same issue that the U.S. is currently having right now too. It's kind of just like and a lot of the younger people are aware of what's going on in Japan and refuse to let America go to that point, which is why they just refuse.
Well,
hey, we want you to work yourself to death. No. Then you're lazy. No, I want to live.
Yeah. Yeah, another thing, like all Japanese Japanese companies still use fax machines. Because
a lot of companies still use, they don't primarily use fax machines, but they
do.
Still have fax machines.
In Japan, everything is still done by fax, and I do mean everything.
That sounds tedious.
No, it really is, and it's because the people in charge came up during the era of the fax machine. And, they're the guys in charge. You don't take advice from people, younger people coming up with new technology and new ideas. No. They're in charge. They are not to receive suggestions. They are the ones to know and dictate everything. They know how fax machines. They know the fax machines work. Period. Then no one is allowed to suggest, we've got something that's 50 bazillion times better than that now. It would be so much, infinitely more beneficial. Our productivity would go up by like 20-fold if we implemented just a bit more tech. No one's allowed to make that suggestion, because the old fogey in charge knows how to operate the fax machine, and can't be expected to learn. the head of cybersecurity in Japan, this was a few years ago now, but he was brought, he was in some questioning session in front of the Japanese government.
And they basically told him, why?
One of the questions they asked him is, how is it that the enemies of there was some kind of leak of documents, and it turns out that someone basically walked into the cybersecurity division of the government, just plugged a USB device into a USB port,
and stole millions.
And directly gotten into, just immediately bypassed all security. And the thing is, the head of the cybersecurity division didn't use computers because he didn't know how to use a computer, and he didn't know what a USB port was.
This is why we don't let old people run the country.
Head of cybersecurity.
This is why we don't let old people run the country.
Yes, I mean, you say that, but your next election is going to be between Biden and Trump.
Yeah,
So,
I'm not going to vote for either of them. You want to know whose name I'm going to put on there, just for shits and giggles? Mine. Vote for myself. No one else deserves, because neither one of those fuckers deserve it. I think I'm a better leader than any of them, and I know how gullible I am. Let's be real here. Let's be real here. Compared to Donald Trump and Biden, I would be an actual legitimate better leader. Hands down.
No, Trump would be a better leader than you would be. Because he would lead and not get led so much.
You want to know why I'm a better leader?
Well, go on.
Because I haven't done anything illegal.
Well, that doesn't necessarily make you a better leader. Possibly more of a legitimate leader, but not necessarily a better one.
No, I would be a better leader.
Possibly. Remember, you're talking to the guy that last episode said, I would basically just kill everybody. And this is why I don't put my name down. You know? Self-awareness.
Yeah.
So...
Which is why I know you wouldn't vote against me. You'd vote with me because you know you're a bad leader.
Sure thing, Mouse. That's what I... Okay. Anyhow, so Josh, it appears I owe you my thanks once again. The surviving knights spared no detail in their report. The men you found out near Snowcloak were some of my finest. That they should be bested so handily, I fear I have woefully underestimated the threat these heretics pose.
Yeah, like usual.
Bested so easily, yes. They were led into a ravine, they disappeared, and they stood around going, "Huh?" And I said, "Oh look, there's somebody up there." And they went, "Huh? You have to go and report back!" I fear I have woefully underestimated the threat these heretics posed. No, I think you have woefully overestimated the abilities of your finest men. You have woefully completely failed to comprehend the very notion of competency. While I understand you might balk at the notion, I must ask that you put aside your mission and consider the stolen provisions lost to us for now. 'Twould be ill-advised to blunder unprepared into what may well be the very lair of our enemy.
Okay, that is fair. That is fair.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not unprepared. I'm never going to get more prepared. I come prepared. It's kind of my whole thing.
No, your whole thing is asking me if I'm prepared and then doing it for you.
Yeah, to be fair though, you just kind of do that. Yeah, it was, again, something I think I said last time. It's like, it's not, I don't need you to do that, you know, because it's not that difficult. It's just, it saves a lot of time. This is really it.
I mean, I would 100% agree.
It's like,
I just wanted to point out
could
the
do
irony
it
of
myself.
all, that's all.
You know, it's like I'm not unprepared to do the task. I could go in there and do it myself. It's just, you know, if I'm the one doing it all, it'll take 10 times longer, just because their health bars are big. Pray return to Dragon... Oh, for fuck's sake! Pray return to Dragonhead and inform Lord Horsefront of your discoveries. He will wish to plan contingencies of his own. See, this is already too much thought for Lord Drillmont over here. No, we have to go to the Superior of the Superior. You saw that lady that one time.
See, here's. Do you want to know why this whole back and forth thing is a thing?
Sword and saw. It's literally the name of the corporate culture. That's what this is. But,
Okay.
go on then, why, how have they justified Sorenso in the universe?
Do you know what lodestones are?
Not
They're essentially
here.
walkie-talkies.
Yeah.
Walkie-talkies didn't, like, the idea of walkie-talkies and lodestone chats, which are essentially cross-world and cross-data center chats, right?
Yeah.
They didn't get implemented until much later on. And they eventually implemented it in-game, and the developer, Yoshi P, went, wait, if lodestones are a thing that players can use, why wouldn't people in-game use it too? And they just went...
I mean, Minfilia keeps using the walkie-talkie all the time. Generally, solely for the purpose of asking me to travel all the way to where she is to then tell me something she could have told me over the lodestone.
What I more mean by that is I mean, like, everyone uses lodestones, not just people of importance and power.
Alright.
Your return is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody.
Dude, are you engaged in heresy?
But you are here now.
No,
and I
there's
suspect
Horsefront.
such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart?
She's in a ravine.
Indeed. And this transpired at Snowcloak?
Yes.
Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate. So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway? Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order.
See, again, I go in to find out that it is, and then report back. Not do anything about it, find out that it is, report back. And then get sent in to do something about it. And then report back.
Putting such considerations aside for the moment, we still know far too little of this Iceheart.
We'd know a lot more if we just went in.
Commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma.
Let's face it, she's going to be fairly pretty. And you're talking about dudes who spend all their time trapped in a hole in a wall of ice.
As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion.
I love how you were trying to have this super serious conversation, and in the back left corner you can just see 3
shirtless dudes just
doing
squats, yeah. No, again. Here we go. I could have just gone after her. And I've had to report back to a guy who has told me that I have to go and report back to a guy who is now telling me I'm going to have to go back and report to some other guys.
Giving the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action. Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometime. On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
Well, that's just the end of that one, huh? Oh, wait, I don't have to do it? Cool! Goodbye forever! Very abrupt end to that conversation, but I'm glad of it. God. Sir George, 'tis good to see you return to the Toll. How fared you in the frozen wastes of Kurthus? They're all absolute fuckwits, but they're sending more supplies. Even as our town grows in prosperity, I fear it will attract ever greater numbers of those who would do us harm in the name of greed or power. All of us, Alphinaud's new recruits included, must remain vigilant against such threats. Yeah, probably stick some guards on the gate. Just a thought. Slathborn has news on the progress of the inaugural ceremony. Cool. While you were away in Kurthus, preparations for the inaugural ceremony were all but completed, although Tataru does not yet seem full. While you were away in Kurthus, preparations for the inaugural ceremony were all but completed, although Tataru does yet seem somewhat flustered. I have taken enough of your time. You really have. Why don't you head into the Riding Stones and see if your frantic receptionist could do with a hand? Let's see. Tataru? Oh, must be through this door. Tataru! There you are. I've heard you're frantically losing your mind. Get some sense into you. These parchments need to be sorted, and these documents, why are they even here? Oh, I'm sorely tempted to file the lot in my waste paper basket. Do you know, I truly get that. I know that feeling. Ah, Sir Josh, you startled me. You wish to lend a hand? Splendid. With paperwork? No, I don't do paperwork. Would you be a dear and hand these uniforms to the new recruits? Oh, that's fine. They're scattered about Revenant's Toll, and I haven't the time to track them all down. Well, you know what? If it's that or paperwork, I'll do it.
Yeah, honestly.
Something about matching uniforms. I mean, yeah, I've been wondering about that. Why the fuck is this organization of continental importance not have any kind of a uniform?
This guy is wearing... This guy is trying to... Okay, have you seen One Punch Man?
Yes, I have seen
this guy, I can't remember his name, the cyborg dude? The guy who's underneath Saitama? Genos?
Genos-kun. Yes.
Yeah, this guy is like emulating cyborg Genos. Cyborg, like, or brother samurai Genos. Like, come out, when you come out into the front, you'll see him. Come over here, see me jumping. Oh, and then you went back in there.
What?
Oh, jumping up and down.
Oh.
That's good. Blue Samurai Genos. Except for he, you know, he's got a battle helmet on.
Silo. Ein. It makes you think of a thing. I don't quite see it myself. You Hayes, I have a uniform for you. Those who believe this company will see no riches are short-sighted fools. The giving of oneself 'tis an investment in the future. Thus did I sign my name to the cause. Could be you have a uniform, ultramarine coloured. These uniforms were a splendid idea.
You're a 40k fan?
What?
Are you a 40k fan or just more of a 40k peruser?
Neither, really. I am aware of 40k, but I'm not interested in it. These uniforms are a splendid idea. Once our organization has made a name for itself, they shall be worth a plenty in sending replica costumes to the adoring masses.
Yeah, you can kind of already tell what Yu House's main interest is in.
Money.
Yep.
I mean, I get it. This scarlet garb marks me as a proud member of the Maelstrom and a hearty defender of Limsa. Yet in truth they stand for the betterment of the realm, and thought this new company a fine opportunity to contribute on a grander scale. Here, have your ultramarine uniform. Oh ho, now that's a striking shade of blue. Put alongside my Maelstrom uniform, my wardrobe was certainly not lack for colour. God, there's a lot of these buggers. Well read, hey! Little amigo could learn much from Reveler's Toll, that this town can be so alive in the midst of such desolation. I've never worn aught quite so voluminous. Well, I'm sure I'll grow accustomed to the extra cloth in time. You mean you'll grow into it, little man? For me. Sir Josh Terpent, gods, I did not expect to meet you strolling about town. The tales of your primal battles were what inspired me to come to Reveler's Toll. A fine thing. Here, a uniform. It is an honor, and it is an honor to receive this uniform from your hands. I shall wear it with pride. Be sure that you do. Rio! Hey! Uniform for you. Oh, proper uniforms and all. This thing will cut off the blood to me head. Not to worry though, I'm sure she'll be fine after making a few adjustments. That's not how uniforms work. Alien! Well, I still can't really remember. Isildur has at last retired from the adventurer's life. Though I shall miss his wisdom and an irrepressible spirit, I'm excited to forge my own path forwards.
She's an NPC you interact on very often when you were going through the other dungeons.
Sure. Ah, yes, the uniform, thank you. Truth be told, the thought of pledging myself to such a lofty organization is somewhat intimidating. Ah, you'll be fine. Main gist of these things is to do what you're told. At the same time and in the same way as everybody else wearing the same uniform. Really is the whole point. Ilbert, I don't believe we've met. I am Ilbert, and I will have the honor of leading my fellow recruits as captain. Will you now? Much did I lose to the Clementine, I look forward to aiding others in rebuilding their lives. The uniforms are a shrewd decision. There is no easier method of creating a common bond among what is essentially a band of strangers. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why. Except teleport to the limbs elements to lower decks. No for the moment. I'm busy handing out uniforms.
Yeah, I'm kind of doing something at the moment, so just don't worry about it.
Yeah, right there. Laurentius! I thought it best to mimic my fellows here, but I admit that I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing. You'll fit right in. Here's a uniform. Ah, our new uniforms. I'm reminded of my induction into the Wood Whalers. Good for you. Huh. If that other guy's going to be a captain, do I get promoted to commander? Because, I mean, at the moment, I'm technically just a lieutenant in a different company. Yes, Sir Josh. Ah, Tatara mentioned you were handing out the new uniforms. I assume you've now met the rest of the recruits. Some few answered the call to arms I put forth through the established grand companies and such. We're not yet an army, but there is much a small corps of elite warriors can achieve. Would that they were elite warriors. Did I mention I'd thought of a name for the company? 'Tis my hope that it shall soon be known across the breadth of Eorzea. The moment of truth draws near, Sir Josh. Once the last of the recruits have gathered, I shall make the official announcement.
Comrades, your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made.
The uniform is basically the same color as his own clothes.
With your strength now pledged to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea. From this moment forth, I declare you Crystal Braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one. Whether it be the Beastmen and their Primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of Eorzea cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus, does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed? Come, take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all! For the freedom of all!
They came up with a special new salute. And a chant.
A rousing speech, Alphinaud. Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur?
Please, antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were.
Good thing, you're slightly too short.
We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
The Scions stand ready. I'm eager to see what the Crystal Braves might accomplish. This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions.
Yes, apparently we finally have some armed forces working for us. Honestly, I thought that's kind of what we already were, so the fact that we apparently did not have any of that seriously makes me wondering what any of you fuckers were doing this entire time. I know what I was doing.
Well, most of the forces
Yes,
that the Scions
I'm
used
listening.
were adventurers, aka mercenaries.
Right. To do what? That is a good question, isn't it? To do what?
Well, most of the
Our
forces
worst fears are confirmed.
that they hired were
entire
primarily
Such
say
power
for
defies
you
comprehension.
in the prevention of primals, like basically keeping them from getting crystals and stuff like that.
Didn't do a fantastic job of it, did they?
I mean, this. Bear in mind that for 50
Well, I'm
years,
bearing in mind that every primal that could be summoned has been.
well, bear in mind the science
Several
just recently
times.
got decimated.
The summonings were happening before that.
Well, that's because of rampant greed. And the Asians, and the Asians' aid. They were actually doing quite well in keeping summonings from happening. It's just a lot of it occurred off screen.
Truly? Kryl is alive? Thank the 12.
Hooray for Kryl.
I see. Pray, inform me if her condition changes. Yes, I shall pass on your words to Urianger. My thanks. I shall contact you anon. When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet, by some miracle, it would seem she has. She's still to regain consciousness, it is true, but better that than death. Putting this happy news to one side, we must now endeavor to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party. It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima. Could the Asians be responsible for this devastation as well?
I'd be seriously worried if I were you, if it turns out they weren't.
I wonder, have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Garleans?
No, I don't think so.
Then she speaks to neither one of us. Heidelin's silence portends naught but ill, I fear. Louisoix, I pray you yet watch over us.
I mean, if he's dead, then I'm pretty sure that's not how that works. What the Yeah, no, I am not that kind of magician.
So, for context, the reason why it kind of looks that way, that is
Also,
the...
crowns are not things that you just pin to your forehead. Money, please.
So that is Geralt's Masterwork armor. And for context,
He is a doof.
it is the class armor, like the class-specific armor for A Realm Reborn. The reason why it's a lot more generic is because there were a lot less classes. So rather than being for each individual class, it was more for mages, healers, tanks, and fighters.
Yeah. No, it's just
It's an old it's an old get up, and I don't blame you for being like, nope.
I've never been one to charge into battle, stand in front of my foes, and go.
Is this your card?
Pick a card.
No, that's Astrologian's job.
Right.
And then once the enemy picks a card, he then goes, ah, great. Thanks for 10% more damage for my allies, and then he throws it at the tank, and then the tank just goes and starts punching hard.
I'm just imagining a genuine battle scenario. Everyone is fighting for their lives on various fronts, and you have just this one dude with a stupid hat walk up and go. Now, I'm sensing you've been having a hard time recently.
Why did
So, I'm going to draw these. I'm going to draw some of these tarot cards, and we're going to go over what that portends and how your fate is written in the stars. And an archer just skims by in the back and shooting like 5 arrows at the same. Tank holds up his shield, to deflect some dragon fire. Now, what we have here is the upside down card of the tower. Anyhow, very glad to see that provisions are prepared for transport. Let us hope that this shipment is spared the fate of the last.
It won't be. I actually don't know. I just, I decided to embody a little bit of Tep in there.
The winds are uncommon fierce this day. People all over the place have been complaining about the winds recently. Okay.
The reason why you're kind of getting these big, fancy cutscenes and preludes is because you have finished era 1 of the wrap-up stuff, which is, again, usually split up into, 4 segments.
I've earned the achievement Eorzea defended. Eorzea is defended. So there we go. I guess I'm out of a job.
Time to go home, folks.
Yep. Tis done.
Yeah, the point being is that there was. You want to know the? You want to know the reason behind that achievement?
I do. After this non-commercial break.
God damn it. And the rest? Pizza, candle. Yes. Yep, you're fine.
Alright. So.
So?
You're going to say there was a reason behind Eorzea defended.
I forgot.
Okay.
I got sidetracked because my roommate came over and talked to me and I spaced it.
Alright. Minfilia would have me assist Alphinaud in his new station as commander of the Crystal Braves. In other words, you talked a big game, kid, but you have no idea how to lead an army. Try as I might, I cannot shake a creeping sense of dark foreboding. Yes, so everybody keeps trying to say. Dark foreboding, as if everything is not well. Then again, we already knew that. Nothing has changed. It avails us not to fret about the unknown. Also, we must concentrate instead on the problems of the present. The Primals have been relatively quiet of late. I mean, yeah, I just got done dealing with one a couple of hours ago. And the beast tribes who summon them are under constant surveillance by the grand companies. They stand around going, don't you do it. Don't you summon a Primal. No. Should any suspicious activity be afoot, you may be certain that we will hear of it. I mean, yeah, we always do. And until such time as a permanent solution to the primal problem has been found, it has been, we can do little but wait and observe. As for the Ascians, Urianga is wholly Uriange is wholly dedicated to finding the means by which we may defeat the dark beings. Let us pray for good tidings on that front. See, the problem I have with the name Uriange is it sounds a hell of a lot like orange. Which is orange tree in French. So he's a Shakespearean talking giant orange with pointy ears. Every time I read his name. Let's pray for good tidings on that front. Right, yeah, okay, so that's not actually going anywhere just yet. All this you know already. I did. Let us speak then of more current matters, in particular the state of the Crystal Braves. Alphinaud did well to found the organization, but ensuring its smooth operation is another matter entirely. Yeah. Difference between talking the talk and walking the walk. Though I doubt not that he is doing his best, I felt that a helping hand or two would not go astray. To this end, I offered to send one of the Archons to assist him, but he declined. You know how he can be, independent to a fault and singularly loath to accept help. Yeah. Save, of course, when that help comes from you. Alphinaud has entrusted countless matters of import to your care in the past, and I believe he would not hesitate to do so again were you to offer. Yeah, only because he likes to take most of the credit. I should be most grateful if you would go to him and support him in whatever manner you are able.
Ah, I remember doing this part. I actually redid it recently. Kind of jogged my memory.
I guess no doubt you already know precisely how annoyed
Honestly?
I'm going to get.
Honestly?
Hey, uniforms.
You might. You'll probably finish up here soon. You might honestly finish Rome Reborn in a day or two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll have to drop my conclusions for it then. Finally master the hang of editing and put out my first edited video of the very first session. That'd be good. Alphinaud. What is it, Sir Josh? And do be concise, I'm rather busy. Actually, you know what? Never mind, you've got this, kid. Go on, good luck. I'll just walk away. God damn it. You would lend a hand, you say? I see. Well, now that you mention it, there is a matter that wants for attention. Given its sensitive nature, I was hesitant to entrust it to my braves, but the demands upon my time are such that I had little choice. Which is not to say that my men want for labour. Though we are but newly formed, there is already a great demand for our services, and we are hard-pressed to answer all petitions, but I digress. The fact is, I would sooner attend to this particular matter myself, but my presence is required elsewhere. That being the case, I have entrusted its resolution to my second-in-command, Captain Ilberd. Tell him that I sent you, and he will furnish you with the particulars. My thanks in advance, Sir Josh.
I don't like Captain Ilberd.
Hail to you, Scion. How might we serve you?
I think I do.
Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us?
No. Assist. Supervise. To be more accurate.
These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own.
You are their slave now, Tevin.
That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence. Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the Grand Companies.
Yeah?
Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames, whom we detained for questioning. Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ. We pressed the traitor for a name, but he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy. He was, however, certain that this Ivy had coiled itself around every part of the Immortal Flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause. These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself. It won't be easy to identify the Ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge, but we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root. Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste.
Yeah.
Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea. When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst.
Yeah.
The Ivy must be rooted out now.
Mm-hmm.
We must begin by apprising General Roban of our findings.
You haven't done that yet?
Ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames, and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly. Assuming the Ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway, and if that is the case, he may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purpose by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a man like me like you.
Hey, he gets it. Just saying earlier, I'm always prepared. I can't be unprepared. Why am I wasting my time walking outside? Wrong one. Hey, Raban. The organization of which you are most proud is full of traitors. Since you are supposedly in charge of them, this is your fault.
He is here at my behest. Greetings, Raban. It has been a while.
Hilbert, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears. But look at you, the honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who'd have imagined, eh?
Not many, but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
Aye, we've both come far, have we not? Lest you wonder, Hilbert and I go back a long way.
I gathered.
We've been friends and rivals since we were lads. The last time we saw each other, Alamigo had just fallen, so you can guess how many summers it's been. And in all that time, not a word from the fool.
Ah, well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention. As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands. Being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it. Then, with your mountain of prize money, you bought the Colosseum and secured a seat on the Syndicate. Those balls, brother! Rags to riches does not do it justice. You're a hero to the common man.
Bah, spare me. I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to him, I'm little more than a glorified butcher. But you, Ilbert, you sell yourself short. By all accounts, you are an adventurer of some standing.
I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you're no hero, then I'm no adventurer, not in this company. Anyway. I have tidings.
So there has been progress. I've let it be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends. None will give your visit a second thought. To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak here, in plain view of all. So it is we who have been compromised. Teleji Adeleji's machinations have shaken Ul'dah to her foundations. In such uncertain times, a man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil. But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility. Conspiracy. Could it be that the monetarists have been in league with the Empire from the first?
With the right financial incentives.
Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime. It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale.
I look forward to it. Let us reminisce of bygone days, and drink to the future of our homeland.
Do me a favor, Steppen.
Yes.
When we were going through this storyline...
Flame General. You wear the mantle well, old friend.
Apologies,
I must work hard if I'm to keep up.
Nope, won't keep through. Pay attention extensively to the background.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of background interactions kind of hint and portend to later stuff in this part of the story arc.
Okay.
It's at this point, from literally this point on, Yoshi, like, the previous one was kind of already written by the previous directors.
Mm-hmm.
But from this point on, besides a few, like, ideas that they had scribbled down, right, and some generalities, Yoshi P, you know, the guy who revitalized Final Fantasy into what it is now, he is in charge from this point on. And he is a fan of background subtleties.
Right.
So.
Wait, were the squatting, half-naked dudes earlier his work as well?
No, that is a world thing. Like if you go back there, they're meant to be training. They're knights in training. Is what they are.
Yeah, I was just thinking someone chose to put them in the cutscene.
It's probably a Japanese joke that you and me probably don't understand. Well, the reason why they're there is a Japanese joke that we probably don't understand. As for them being in the cutscene, it's just the camera grabbing whatever's there.
Okay.
Well, it would seem your services were not required after all. I dare say we have Roban's prudence to thank for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion.
Is it me or... Never mind. Oh. I didn't see you standing there, somehow. Our hunt for the ivy begins in earnest, son. Suffice it to say, we must tread warily, but one misstep may well cost us our lives. Speak for yourself. Our business here is concluded for the time being. Let us return to the Rising Stones and report to the Commander Levea. Yes, the threat is here. Let's return and report. carbuncle consumed itself. Isn't it? You still don't get that reference, do you?
Me?
Yeah.
I didn't hear what you said.
The carbuncle ate itself.
The carbuncle ate itself?
Yeah.
Nope.
Do me a favor and look it up on YouTube. Just type in the carbuncle ate itself. You're looking for a Game Grumps clip.
The moment I started to type it out, it immediately pops up.
And you at home watching this, you can follow along too. Are you just watching a clip of the whole episode?
The carbuncle ate itself.
There we go.
I'm gonna say that from now on, whenever I dismiss my carbuncle, looks like the carbuncle ate itself. Because when you look at it, when you dismiss it,
yeah, it kind of just jumps up and spins in the air. It goes.
So it kind of looks like it just ate it.
Why I said, you know, the carbuncle appears to have eaten itself. It's in reference to that, where for some reason, when you watch the whole episode and you watch them play that particular game from the start, it makes no less sense. There's no context for it whatsoever. It just pops up. The carbuncle ate itself.
That's hilarious.
But that's the reference. We are returned from Ul'dah, Commander. And not a moment too soon. Something has happened. Trouble? You will recall that the Fourth was tasked with reconnoitering the rendezvous site used by the Ivy's minion and his Imperial contacts. Soon after you left, we received word that the unit was ambushed en route to its destination. Gods damn it. According to the report, one of ours has been taken captive. The Guardians are not one to treat their foemen with dignity, and I have grave fears for her safety. We must dispatch a rescue party at once. Recall those braves who are afield. Begging your pardons, Commander, but we have not the time. I'm afraid I must ask for your aid once more, Sound. An ill-prepared rescue party will only serve to provide the Guardians with more captives, yet time is of the essence. Simply put, you are the best chance we have. In other words, send in the nukes! Captain Ilbert has the right of it. I trust you are winning, but of course you are. Now, Alian of the Fourth lies in wait in the tangle. Near the entrance to Castrum Sentry, seek her out and she will apprise you of the situation. So in very short order, 5 guys became 15, became enough to have several companies.
Yeah, so when you... That reminds me, actually.
That escalated quickly.
So, the reason why that line or achievement exists, it's meant to be reference to some stuff that you cannot. It's content that they got removed when they released Heaven's Ward.
Okay.
Because it kind of just it didn't make sense and there was no need for it anymore. What you could do is you could participate in Fate. You would essentially go about and help out. Like, these were specialty fates. Help citizens, stuff like that, and help spread the word of the Crystal Braves to crank up recruitment. And it worked, right? It worked
clearly.
because you have enough people to have like companies now. But eventually, and if you did X amount of fates, you would get the achievement Eorzea Defended.
Okay.
But when Heaven's Ward came out and they were kind of updating a few things, that was more just like an in-between event type deal, and it kind of just they didn't want to make people have to do that, because it kind of just didn't really flow with the rest of the game. So they wound up just removing it.
Okay.
When Heaven's Ward came out.
Well, back to the theme of the people of this continent being general idiots. I noticed that because no one has bothered to deal with this enemy stronghold right there. This is where we are, and this is where they are, and it's still there despite the fact that we attacked and occupied it once already.
No, we didn't take this one.
Oh, we didn't take this one.
Correct.
And then just went home. Now all of a sudden we're dealing with
Well, so the reason
guardians sallying forth from it.
Well, technically, so Mordona, the reason why Eorzea hasn't thrown a hissy fit over this Guardian outpost is because Mordona is technically unclaimed land. You know how I'm trying to think of an example. Essentially,
it's Frontierland.
People draw up certain lines and stuff like that.
Borders, yes.
The borders. Sometimes pieces of land get forgotten about, and no one actually ever officially claims it, and then they eventually can't claim it because it would become a whole catastrophe.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, that's what happened with Mordona.
Right.
Yeah, Limsa carved up its section of land. Ul'dah carved up theirs. Garlemald, they're not Garlemald. Ul'dahnian carved up theirs.
Yes, there's all the things, and Mordona got left over. So it's fine if the Guardians come in and just stick a fortress in it.
Well, technically, if they were to attack this Guardian outpost, it would be seen as an action of war, and they would be able to, using public sentiment, more justify their outrage. Plus, also, they're still heavily reeling from the calamity and their previous little war thing that they did. So, plus this castrum, technically, this castrum is by itself. This is the only, obviously, MMO logic, right? These things never actually officially really end.
Well, yeah.
Purposes.
Yeah.
So, technically, canonically, this is the only castrum that besides a few remnants of Castrum Praetorium, that is actually functioning, and these guys are just on their own.
Right.
So it's essentially more just they're just isolating them and hoping to starve them out, because why fuck with them? You know?
Well,
It's kinda just like,
to prevent
why
this
fight?
exact shit is what I would answer. But okay. Speaking of this exact shit, let us go deal. You would aid us in the rescue mission. We are in your debt warrior flight. Now, time is against us, so allow me to brief you on the situation. The Guardians fell upon us without warning, as they're wont to do, especially when you just leave them sitting around in fortresses all over the place. Wounding poor Resh and hauling her away to the cache from yonder. Outnumbered as we were, was all we could do to flee and regroup. Even as we speak, the Guardians may be interrogating Resh, or worse. With her hurts, I fear that she will not long survive their attentions. We must rescue her without delay. Our order may yet be in its infancy, but the bond that binds us is strong as mithril. None of us will stand by while our comrade suffers. We, the remnants of the Fourth, will infiltrate Castrum Sentry. Please help us find Resh before it is too late. And go about killing them all whilst I'm at it. You know, just so that I don't have to come back tomorrow. Sorry, resilient. Hello again, Guardians. Do you remember me? I was here before when I invaded your house.
Oh, be careful of that fate.
Yeah, I know that one before.
More just because, you know, you'll probably get all of them at the guys. Wow, this guy just about died.
Who? What?
Here's the guy over here who's currently undertaking, I think, the very same quest that you had to do.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
probably.
gal. This gal over here had to undertake the quest where you get, like, the mount. They were nearly dead.
That's a pain in the ass quest, then.
Also, why are you attacking these people on the outside?
I don't know.
Go inside.
They exist. They draw breath.
Go inside. Here.
Oh.
Where are you going?
Sorry, it's just, you know, it's a fucking fortress. I wasn't expecting the door to just open when I walked up to it. My bad. Ahaha. Oh, God damn it. Hello. Resh Polari, why are you just sitting out in the open like this? Oh.
got the deck for you.
An ambush in their own base. Where am I? You're inside the enemy fortress. Rare, thank the gods we found you. And thank you, Warrior Blight. Now to quit this accursed place. Resh cannot move with those wounds. She will need to be carried out. I believe a diversion is in order. I mean, I could heal her. I have a heal. Might we trouble you to provide one? Given your reputation, I suspect the Guardians would be only too happy to grant you their undivided attention. If you were to create a commotion within the castrum, we should be able to steal it away unnoticed. Let us speak again once we are safely outside these walls. Yes, hello, I am the guy that slayed the commander of this castrum and the commander of said commander.
And a total badass.
And that too.
And a baseballs.
Yes, that is indeed me.
I feel like whenever
See?
you say that...
It's already rubbing off. I told you I would coin the thing.
I feel like whenever you... Do you know who Zach Brannigan is?
Yes.
I feel like you need to say that in the most Zach Brannigan style voice, while like a tiny little firework goes off behind you and goes...
Ah. Yeah. Apparently I'm not quite done killing them all. I bet there's some more over there.
You're doing a good job, Teppin. Woohoo!
Well, yes, it's a slog.
Ah, Ember Starkiller is something else.
I mean, no. Anyhow, time to speak with Arian in the tangle. Ha ha! I have awaited your return most anxiously, my friends. You have done us a great service indeed. Thanks to your aid, our comrade Resh is safe, and we suffered no further casualties. Words cannot well express my gratitude. All that is left is to plant some explosives, blow the place up once and for all, so we never have to worry about this again. No, we're not doing that. No, indeed. Let us report back.
So, I was kind of surprised to see so many new sprouts. On like these servers, because Fairies as a data center, or rather Aether as a data center was full for the longest time. Right. Apparently they recently did a character purge of like, you know, free-to-play characters that hadn't been played in years. And top of that, they also recently opened Final Fantasy XIV up on Xbox. It wasn't on Xbox to begin with. It was only on PlayStation and PC.
Well, it is a Square Enix game, so
yeah, they recently
it's Final Fantasy.
On Xbox. Yeah, usually they have big deals with Sony, but you know, recently they made. I guess Xbox finally convinced them to come over to put it on Xbox, and they released the beta like 2 days ago.
Ah. I was thinking to myself, I've been seeing green sprouts around the entire time as I've been doing my business.
Well, that is part and partial due to the fact of Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh was not one of the fullest servers, so you seeing more sprouts more often makes sense due to Gilgamesh's nature. But the reason why I have been seeing more sprouts in other servers, like for instance, you know, Fairy, which is considered to be one of the more popular servers, is due to, you know, they did the purge and also Xbox.
Okay. Ah, it does me well to see you thus returned. Though I doubt not your prowess, entering an enemy stronghold is generally considered to be a risky venture. And I must confess to having been a trifle anxious. Oh! Here you are, hale and whole, having succeeded in your mission, as is your wont. Lest you wonder, the woman you rescued is being cared for by the Domans. Yet, I have a heal. I could have healed her myself.
Okay, so for context, healing magic, basically all it really does is...
Bring people back from the dead?
No, because you're technically only unconscious.
Okay, so when they are beaten to within an inch of their life and they're on the floor, you can...
You have to, it is a little bit of healing magic, yes. But on top of that, you also just have to there are still still physical processes you have to go about.
Right. Alright, it keeps me alive. Lest you wonder, the woman you rescued is being cared for by the Domans. Thanks to their expert administrations, the danger is past. You have my gratitude, Sir Josh. Allow me to thank you also, San. Resh owes you her life. We escaped with minimal casualties this time, but we can ill afford to be caught off guard again. The Empire is not an opponent to be trifled with. Yeah, how about we maybe do something about the giant fortress that's just next door? As you say, Commander, I will see to it that the men keep their wits about them whilst walking past the enemy fortress right next door. Let's not just deal with the problem! It may yet take time, but I will not rest until you have identified and apprehended the Ivy. I have every confidence that you will succeed, Captain. Actually, that particular line, I think, needed to be delivered in true Alphinaud style. I have every confidence that you will succeed, Captain. As for you, Sir Josh, I realize you have scarce caught your breath, but I am afraid there is no rest for the weary. I require that you accompany me to Kurthus. Why? I just said goodbye forever to the dude when I was last there. I have been granted an audience with an Ishgardian dignitary, you see, and the man expressly requested your presence. Ah, this is corrupt King Pope, the douchebag.
Corrupt King Pope, the douchebag?
Oh, do not look so surprised. You should be familiar with the trappings of fame by now. We shall depart as soon as you are ready. I was going to say, oh, you should be familiar with the general plot by now. As in, I will turn up and he will be corrupt douchebag. He's under the sway of Ascians, and I know this because they were standing right behind him last time I saw him when he was randomly introduced in a cutscene. So, we depart for Kurthus. Next time! Because it's late and I'm tired. And given you still haven't set up any kind of bunks or beds or places for anyone to get some actual rest around here at all, I guess I'll find myself a box around here to call up on, shall I? Yeah, how about this table? Can I sit down at that? I can. There you go. Can I sit maybe facing that way? Towards the table? Yes, I can. Right, there you go. I will sleep here. Face down on this pile of cards. And with that said, good night, Mr. Mouse. Thank you for joining us. And good night, everybody. Until the next time. Yes.
Okay. Have a good one.
Good night.
As I said, you have maybe a day, two, and then you're in Heavensward. You're done with the Realm Reborn. And it is hopefully sunny side up.
We can but pray.